Dancing the night away, and how you smile in the years of yesterday? Will they remember me in Chicago? Will they think of me in 1,000 years? Only time will show if your children know the music that I am. Don't forget the times we shared, dancing the night away, and how all the while I made you smile in the years of yesterday. Will they remember me in Chicago? Will they think of me in 1,000 years? Only time will show if your children know the music that I am.
Życie się zaczęło, gdym poznał Ciebie. Kocham Cię całym sercem i Ty kochaj mnie. Wciąż będę przy Tobie i prowadził Ciebie. Wiecznością Twój powiedz, żeś moja. Wiecznością Twój zawsze będę. Powiedz, że oddasz mi Twoje serce. Wiecznością Twój i miłości dam. Będę dbał o Ciebie, więc kochaj mnie. I started living the day I found you. I love you with all my heart. Say you love me too. I'll stay beside you and guide you. Forever yours, please say you love me. Forever yours, I'll always be. Please say you give your sweet, sweet love to me. Forever yours, my heart will be. I will take care of you. Say you love me. Będę dbał o Ciebie, kochaj mnie.
Smutny czas, bo za chwilę razem nie będzie nas. W sercu jest żal, co każdy czuje, już czas na pożegnanie. Pożegnanie to smutek i żal, dobre czasy popłyną szybko w dal. W sercu zostanie miłe wspomnienie, już czas na pożegnanie. Saying goodbye, going away, seems like goodbye's such a hard thing to say. Touching our hand, wondering why it's time for saying goodbye. Saying goodbye, why is it sad? It makes us remember the good times we've had. Much more to see, foolish to try. It's time for saying goodbye. Somehow I know we'll meet again. Not sure quite where, and I don't know just when. You're in my heart, so until then, it's time for saying goodbye.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christy Kravich, and I'm the president of the International Polka Association. The officers and directors of the IPA would like to welcome you to our first ever virtual polka festival. In the middle of June, I decided to put together a Plan B committee just in case Labor Day weekend's festival and convention would be canceled due to COVID-19. On July 1st, the Millennium Hotel and the IPA made the very difficult decision to cancel our event. Thankfully, the Plan B committee was already hard at work. Well, the time has come to show you, the IPA members, and all the polka fans, their finished product. I hope you enjoy watching it as much as we enjoyed putting it together for you. I would really like to thank the entire Chris Bogdan, Stephen Kaminsky, Brian Kopka, Johnny Klavich, Lindsay Matea, and Keith Petynchik for their tireless hours they have put into the planning, marketing, and editing of this amazing event. I will never be able to thank you enough. I also want to thank Zanol Z. Shackelford from Dark Side of Delight Productions for putting our visions to light and streaming this on Facebook and YouTube. To all the young polka kids that submitted marketing videos, as well as everyone who participated in the game show productions, the news broadcasts, the interviews, and the entire staff at WSKG Let's Polka for their pre-recorded videos. Thank you all so very much. Over the next 3 days, you are going to hear and see live music from Steve Meisner and his band, Tony Blazonczyk and the New Phase, the IPA Tribute Band, and Dinah Brass. You're also going to hear pre-recorded music from the polka country musicians, Fred Zwick, Freeze Dried, The Boys, Lenny Gamuka, and the Chicago Push, Eddie Blazonczyk's Versatones, John Guda and Galale, and much more. A polka mass is going to be celebrated by Father Dennis Boygush with music by the Cosmics. We are also going to show you some polka game shows that are hosted by IPA Hall of Famer Keith Strauss, interviews with the current IPA inductees, as well as some past inductees, thank yous from all of the music award winners, the announcement of this year's Young Composer winner, as well as a very special IPA news broadcast, comedy skit, and much more. Thank you in advance for tuning in. We hope that you are going to enjoy this production of the IPA Polka Festival. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce our MC for this weekend, IPA Hall of Famer Craig Ebel. Let's get this party started.
Alrighty, thank you, Christy, and welcome to the first ever International Polka Association Virtual Polka Fest at an undisclosed location. I'm your MC, Craig Ebel, the host of the nationally syndicated radio show It's Polka Time, and a Polka Hall of Fame member as well, inducted in 2012. We're going to spend all weekend doing polka, advancing polka, promoting polka, with live performances here, video performances from other polka bands, and all kinds of good stuff in between. And I invite everybody out there to join us in the chat room at www.ipapolkas.com/chat. And if you want more information about this whole weekend, log on to ipapolkas.com/virtual. So without further ado, you don't want to sit here and talk. I'm just going to give bands and talk a little bit here and there, but we here for the good live polka music. And what better than IPA Polka Hall of Famer Steve Meisner and the band performing one of his award-winning songs, Sweet Jenny Lee.
Sweet Jenny Lee, from sunny Tennessee, you love her when you see Sweet Jenny Lee.
Sweet Jenny Lee.
Each little bird is singing merrily, just getting set to see Sweet Jenny Lee.
Sweet Jenny Lee.
She's got that certain something in her style. She's got a bit of heaven in her smile. She promised me that she'd say yes, sirree. That's good enough for me, Sweet Jenny Lee. Hey, 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 hey. Jenny Lee, from sunny Tennessee. You love her when you see sweet Jenny Lee. Each little bird, singing merrily, just getting set to see sweet Jenny Lee. She's got that certain something in her style. She's got a bit of heaven in her smile. And she promised me that she'd say yes, sirree. And that's good enough for Steve, sweet Jenny Lee. Oh, yeah. Sweet Jenny Lee. And we're going to keep things rolling right along here with a little tune called The Screamin' Monkey. And that's called The Scream Monkey. Right on. Hey, we're going to do one more here before we change the tempo, and it's a little sing-along with the fellas up here. My Maria. My Maria, when can I see you? My heart is breaking in two. I'm longing for you, Maria. My heart is breaking in two. I'm longing for you, Maria. Since I met you, I can't forget you. You'll always be on my mind forever, my dear Maria. You'll always be on my mind forever, my dear Maria. Hey, hey, hey. Since I met you, I can't forget you. You'll always be on my mind, forever, my dear Maria. You'll always be on my mind, forever, my dear Maria. Hey, hey, hey.
How about that, everybody? Steve Meisner and a band kicking off our virtual polka festival here, the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Festival 2020. Steve, I want to just chat with you here quick. How you doing?
Very good.
We go back a long time, haven't we? Actually, all you characters are in this group. Your dad, Polka Hall of Famer. What year was he inducted in the Polka Hall of Fame?
89, I think.
1989. And the reason we're going to talk here, because you do have recordings and videos and T-shirts. You got all kinds of stuff for sale.
I was inducted 30 years later.
30 years later.
89, yeah.
Holy cow, look at that. When he started with
Took
his
him
dad,
a long time
folks,
to recognize me.
Wait, how old were you when you started? Thank you. How old were you when you started playing?
5.
When did you start recording with your dad?
13.
13. And what was the name of that recording?
Autumn Leaves,
which just happened to come out. You re-released it
on CD.
13, 14 years old, and you sing on there, and
he only made 1,000 copies of the LP, and when they were gone, they were gone.
that was it.
That was the end of my career.
And who recorded that CD for you?
Roger Bright.
That's right.
That's right.
You sang. You played some button box.
And Roger Bright played on it too.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
So you released it, brand new. It's brand new, re-released material. Autumn Leaves CD. And Steve, you're going to play a couple tunes off of that CD.
And we're going
right
to play
now.
Autumn Leaves right now. The lyrics were written by my father, and it's an old Croatian number with Vern Meisner's touch.
Give her.
Autumn leaves must fall to memories, that's all. Now when summer dies, there's teardrops in my eyes. Seems like yesterday our love just slipped away. Autumn leaves must fall to memories, that's all. Summer stars shine bright, warm kisses through the night. I gave my world to you, then gray skies turned to blue. We were so much in love, we told the stars above. Ours was real happiness, love lived that day. Your sweetheart tenderness filled my life full of bliss. Now I'm so lonely since you went away. coming soon. Our hearts lived in June. Autumn leaves must fall. Two memories, that's all. Snowflakes fill the air. Broken dreams we share. Autumn leaves must fall. Two memories, that's all. We were so much in love, we told the stars above. Ours was real happiness, love lived that day. Your sweetheart tenderness filled my life full of bliss. Now I'm so lonely since you went away. Autumn Leaves Walls. There you have it, Autumn Leaves. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're clapping at home. I'd like to introduce the fellas quick. We have Jerry on the banjo and guitar over there. We have Don on the saxophone and the clarinet, maybe. And Chris on the drums. Let's hear it out there for the boys in the band. It's a good band, good bunch. We're going to do a little guitar number here, Jerry. Are you ready for this one? Also off the Autumn Leaves recording. Not seldom heard. It's called The Baltic Inn. Guitar, Jerry. How about that, everybody? From Whitewater, Wisconsin, that's the Steve Meisner Band, and that's available on his brand new re-released recording called Autumn Leaves, and you can get that through stevemeisner.com. Is that correct, sir?
You got it.
Okay. Well, we're going to keep the music rolling here in just a second. Again, welcome to the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Festival, live on Facebook, live on YouTube. We're working on the Polka Jammer thing. Oh, we got her going. Welcome, Jammer listeners. That's great. Awesome. And don't forget to join our chat room as well as the Polka Jammer chat room, too. And you can log on to IPApolkas.com/chat. Correct? Okay. Back to more music here with Steve Meisner and the band and a song called Main Attraction.
Attraction, you're my one distraction, 'cause you're mine. You were one sweet babe that caught me on a date, and now you're mine. You passed the movie test, you sure wore clothes the best, outshine Miss USA, yeah man, and I'm bragging. You're my main attraction, you're my one distraction, and you belong to me. Hey, hey. You're my main attraction, you're my one distraction, 'cause you're mine. You were one sweet babe that caught me on a date, and now you're mine. You passed the movie test, you sure wore clothes the best, outshine Miss USA, yeah man, I'm bragging. You're my main attraction, you're my one distraction, and you belong to Steve, that's right. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Oh, yeah. Hey, we blew the bass out on that one. Hey, it's back. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Keep it up. That last tune there was written by my grandmother, Velma Meisner. And this next tune was written by our sax player, Don Hanjady. It's called The Hog Wobbler.
A song that was written by the sax player right behind me, Mr. Don Hunjady. That's a song called the Hog Wobbler Polka. We'll have to talk to him and see where he came up with the title of that song. Right here with the Steve Meisner Band live on Facebook, on YouTube, live on the Polka Jammer Network, the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Fest. We have a few chatters out there in our chat room. We'd like to say hi to Jimmy Petronchek, Sherry Chepach in the Nickel City, RGA Bogdan, and also in coincidence, in this next set of Steve and the band, he's going to be doing one of his dad's songs, very, very famous song that has been recorded and played by many a polka band called El Rio Drive, and we're going to dedicate that especially for Derek Ziegebein that's tuned in and listening to us as well. So, Steve and the boys, why don't you take it off on a nice little, I believe this will be a waltz called Wings of a Dove.
Since you called out the request.
Yes.
We're going to skip the waltz, and we're just going to go right to El Rio Drive. You already announced it.
I think I would do that.
That all-time greatest hit, El Rio Drive. Guitar, Jerry. Everybody sing la 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 la. The words are easy. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. 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 La 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 la. Hey! Everybody sing la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. 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 La 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 la. One more time. Oh yeah, hey. El Rio Drive, written by my old pappy, Vern Meisner there. And now we're going to do a little waltz here called On the Wings of a Snow White Dove. He sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above. On the wings of a dove. On the wings of a snow white dove. He sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove. When Noah had drifted on the flood many days, he searched for land in many a way. Troubles he had some, but wasn't forgotten. God sent down his love on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a snow white dove. He sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove. Oh yeah. When trouble surrounds us and evil comes, the body grows weak, the spirit grows numb. But when these things beset us, you know he doesn't forget us. God sends down his love on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a snow white dove. He sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove, on the wings of a snow white dove. He sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove, a sign from above, on the wings of a dove. Well, we're going to change to the banjo because we're running short on time. So we would like to say hello once again to Craig Ebel.
Yes, we will do that, Steve. We got about a little less than 10 minutes here for your first set. You're going to be back a little bit later on this evening. We hope you join Steve and the band. We'll be back here all evening with some good music. Tony Blazonczyk's new phase will be taking the stage here later on, too. We're going to be losing a lot of the Polka Jammer Network listeners. We're basically covering the live content that we're having here, the live music, and then Jammer will go back to the other shows. We also like to say more highs to all of our chatters out there. We have a Minnesota Girlie, Altoona Barb, Neil and Marianne from New Jersey, and Johnny Barron. I know those guys. And there's a huge watch party, Steve, of your family.
Yeah, but don't go there.
What do you mean don't? Oh, I got to stay here. Okay, I'll stay here.
We're going to redo it then.
With Lindsay, Meisner, Barb, and the whole gang, the entire...
Because they have a special request.
Yes, they would like that. But, you know...
Do you know what it is?
What would that be?
Read my mind?
Jammin' polkas?
No.
No?
For all the grandkids, we're going to come up next year with the alphabet polka.
And then right after that, you just take us out on another tune, and we'll see you later this evening, okay?
You know it.
Okay. Steve Meisner and the band, Virtual Polka Fest IPA. Go!
2, 3. No, that's not it. Sorry. That was Jammin' Polkas. No. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I should have told you to stay home. All the way to Z. Now you know the letters, sing along with me when you do the alphabet polka. U, R, S, S and T U V W X and all the way to Z. Now you know the letters, sing along with me when you do the alphabet polka. Sing it, Sam. Take your partner by the H-A-N-D. Put your right foot O-U-T. Then you D-A-N-C-E. It's the P-O-L-K-A-U-C. When you're through, you'll say, oh, gee. Let's have one more D-A-N-C-E. Now you know the letters. Sing along with Steve when you do the alphabet polka. Oh, yeah. I don't have my glasses on. What's it say? Take your partner by the H-A-N-D. Put your right foot O-U-T. Then you D-A-N-C-E. It's the P-O-L-K-A-U-C. When you're through, you'll say, oh, gee. Let's have one more D-A-N-C-E. Now you know the letters. Sing along with Steve when you do the alphabet polka. What? When you do the alphabet polka. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, yeah. Years ago, the polka had its fame, and now the young think polkas are insane. I'm here to show everyone what the polka bands have done for the generation of today. There goes the bass. No bass. So, no bass. So just stop and let's get a bass.
evening, and welcome to the first ever virtual induction ceremonies for the International Polka Association's Polka Music Hall of Fame for the year 2020. I'm Fred Belinsky, and I was inducted into the Polka Music Hall of Fame in 1992. Hard to believe it was 28 years ago. Sure makes me feel old. I was a band leader, musician, recording artist, and fortunate to have been the creator and promoter of one of the largest polka festivals ever, Polka Motion by the Ocean. Today, I serve as trustee for the International Polka Association. For the past 6 years, I've acted as chairman of the Polka Music Hall of Fame and Music Awards programs. I serve as only the second person to have had the honor of managing the processes for both the Hall of Fame and the Music Awards. Before me, the legendary and honorable Leon Kozicki functioned as the chair for 46 years. Indeed, walking in his footsteps is quite a task, but the rewards of being a part of these crown jewels of the polka world are unbelievable. So, let's get on with the Hall of Fame inductees. The Hall of Fame class of 2020 is an august group of individuals who have done it all. They were musicians, recording artists, promoters, radio personalities, and even Hollywood movie stars. And they are being recognized for their contributions and accomplishments by the National College of Electors for the International Polka Association. I will introduce each of them to you and give you a very brief capsule of who they are and what they did. Our first inductee is Bill Shabilsky. Bill is a disc jockey. He began his broadcasting career by becoming host of a polka show at Fordham University, November 28th in 1964. It happened to have been the first stereo program in the nation, polka-wise, and was broadcast on a 50,000-watt station. His father, Bill Sr., was a singer-songwriter and nightclub entertainer, and he gave Bill a significant encouragement to pursue his dream career in broadcasting. Bill was asked by Frank Wojnarowski to MC the first major polka festival at the Manhattan Center back in 1967 that featured over 20 polka bands. Bill's radio show peaked in later years and was rated #1 show of its kind in the New York City metropolitan area by the radio polling organization Arbitron. He was also master of ceremonies of New York City's Pulaski Day Parade. Later, the New York State Council of Arts contacted him to assist with a live show at the famous Carnegie Hall. Well, for over 50 years, Bill has been promoting polkas and polka events in person and over the airwaves with his Saturday night and Sunday afternoon weekend polka parties. So, on behalf of the officers, the directors, the trustees, and the electors of the International Polka Association, we are proud to induct Bill Shabilsky into the International Polka Music Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Bill. Next we had Dave Zukowski. Dave was a musician, band leader, and recording artist, and he played on a national scale. In 1975, Blazonczyk was looking to sell his company, Wham Records, and he found an eager buyer in this young 22-year-old David Zukowski. David assumed the role of record company owner, producer, distributor, promoter, and marketer. He quickly formed a partnership with Polka Hall of Famer Gary Ramy of Peppermint Studios in Youngstown, Ohio. Dave was responsible for recording over 100 albums, several of which received Grammy nominations, and many won the awards from the IPA, International Polka Association, and the United States Polka Association for favorite albums of the year. Dave provided the opportunity for so many bands across the country for both new and well-established bands to capture their sounds and songs in a truly high-quality product. Under Dave, Wham Records became the most sought-after label a polka band could have their albums released on. Dave earned the respect of the entire polka world, and countless polka artists are grateful that their successful careers bear the fingerprints of Dave Zahowski. So, on behalf of the officers, the directors, the trustees, and the electors of the International Polka Association, we are once again proud to induct Dave Zahowski into the International Polka Music Hall of Fame. Congratulations, my good friend David. Ricky Rizzuto is next. Now, Ricky was born in March 6, 1958, to Sally and Chester Rizzuto. Sally's father, Wally Baran, was the original drummer with the Steve Adamczyk band. So, from an early age, Rick and his entire family were exposed to the sounds of polka music. Well, for 50 years, Rick's band, the Music Company, has been a staple on the Chicago polka scene and also on a national level. Since the early 80s, Rick has been the leader and the lead vocalist of the band Music Company. Ricky was also a DJ. He had a polka show called the Polka Get Together, which aired for 6 years on WEAW, WVBX, WPNA, and WCEV. He hosted it with his friend Keith Strauss. Well, today he transformed himself from a DJ to an IJ, and he continues the Polka Jammer Network, hosting and providing technical support to the weekly International Polka Association show, which is heard every Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Rick has devoted most of his life to the promotion of polka music. For over 3 decades, he worked just about every aspect of our industry. His love of polkas is indisputable. Rick held many posts within the International Polka Association, including multiple terms as the organization's president, and currently serves as an ex officio advisor to the IPA. So, Ricky, on behalf of the officers, directors, trustees, and electors of the International Polka Association, we are very proud and pleased to induct you into the International Polka Music Hall of Fame. Congratulations and welcome to the club, my dear friend. Tony Krupski, Buffalo, New York, is being inducted into the Polka Hall of Fame in the deceased category. His career began in 1961 when Tony put together a 3-piece combo with his 2 brothers, Gary and Don. He dragged them to the Ted Mack Original Amateur Hour, where they made an appearance and were televised. Well, then in 1967, Alan and Dennis joined the group, and just 2 years later, the band recorded its first album, A Lively Polka Session. In 1967, the boys lost their mother. Tony stepped up to give the brothers the guidance and support they needed. Tony managed to keep the family together through music education. Tony was also the main reason why the Crew Brothers band was so successful, as he was responsible for writing, arranging, and organizing rehearsals, along with managing and booking the all-brother band. When playing polka dances and festivals, it was an amazing sight to see how Tony would always take the time during the breaks to go to each table to talk and thank the people for coming out in support of the Crew brothers. Well, I got to say one thing. Under Tony's direction and leadership, the band, the Crew brothers, became a national favorite. So on behalf of the officers, directors, trustees, and electors of the International Folk Association, we are proud to induct Tony Kruski into the International Polka Music Hall of Fame. Congratulations. Next, we have our polka pioneer. This is Ellsworth Babe Wagner. He's our pioneer, and he's also deceased. Well, Ellsworth was nicknamed Babe. And in his early youth, he was a native of New Ulm, Minnesota, the polka capital of the nation. He was born in Essex, Minnesota, on June 1st, 1914. During his short life, music was definitely his thing. He learned to play the piano, violin, saxophone, trombone, and drums. The trombone became his instrument of choice. At the age of 17, Babe was playing with the Whoopie John Band at the Marigold Ballroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Gene Krupa heard him playing and asked him to join his band, the Krupa Band, which he did in 1939. He toured nationwide and had several parts in several movies in Hollywood. 1944, he returned to New Ulm to await his call into the armed forces. He did a stayed in uniform, and in 1946, he returned and organized his own band and recorded with Columbia Records. The orchestra became famous for its old-time polka music, even though Babe was equally proficient as a jazz player. I told you, Babe was born June 1st, 1914, and he died September 16th in 1949 at the young age of 35. He was survived by his wife, Florence, and his daughter, Karen. Although his life was short, Babe made a significant impact on the Dutchman-style polka music. The music he produced was top-notch and innovative for that era. He made the trombone a recognized lead instrument in the Dutchman style of polkas. So on behalf of the officers, directors, trustees, and electors of the International Polka Association, we are proud to induct Ellsworth Babe Wagner into the International Polka Music Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
It was 1990. Keith Strauss and ETC Television had brought the show Name That Polka into existence. The show was filmed in many cities across the U.S., but the final show of 1990 in Chicago featured an epic battle between two young polka musicians, Eddie Blazonczyk Jr. of the Versatones and Tim Okrzeszek of the Chi-Town Express. From the beginning, it was an uphill battle for Tim. Eddie outscored Tim 40-0 to win the first round. In the second round, called Polka Topics, Tim managed to win the round and score 10 points. Tim's win was short-lived, however, as Eddie came back in the third round called Bid a Second to once again outscore Tim, and the round ended with Eddie at 60 points and Tim at 10 points. Unfortunately, it didn't get any better for Tim in the fourth round called Golden Polka Medley. Eddie sealed the victory, winning the round by a score of 20-5. The final score of the game was 80-15, and Eddie Blazonczyk Jr. moved on to the semifinal round. There was never a rematch. However, 30 years later, video of this game show surfaced, and with the help of Name That Polka creator Keith Strauss, the International Polka Association has organized this rematch. And now, the International Polka Association proudly presents the creator of Name That Polka, Keith Strauss.
Well, what you just saw was a 1991 edition of Name That Polka. I'm going to tell you how this all started. Back in 1985, I was employed by the ethnic television station here in Chicago. And Ron Yashinsky, who was no stranger to the IPA, was one of the founders of the ETC television. And they came to me and said, we'd like to have you do a weekly polka show, kind of like MTV, introducing polka videos. Well, after about the first two shows, it became rather boring. So I went and I approached Ron and Dick, and I said, listen, I'd like to have a free hand in producing the show, and would you allow me to do so? So back in, well, the show started in '85, but back in 1991, I had this idea to play polka game shows, polka themed game shows. Our first one was called Polka Combat, where we took like beat the clock stunts and we had bands compete against each other. Our second season was Name That Polka, which you just saw in that clip. And we took the polka tunes and had the contestants name them. And the third version of our game show was Polka Feuds, patterned after Family Feuds. Well, we did that once a month for an entire season. And then at the end of the television season, we had a big final at Polonia Banquets every Memorial Day. And we crowned the polka television champ. You know, I've been fortunate to be in the polka field, and it has opened many doors for me, because I was on radio, as you know, for 40 years here in the Chicagoland area. I'm currently the MC of the Jimmy Sturr television show. And through the course of all that, I've met some great people and some big celebrities along the way. And, you know, Jimmy Sturr's got 18 Grammys, and other people have gotten awards. Well, I'm fortunate enough to be into the Polka Music Hall of Fame, inducted back in 1999. In 2005, I was inducted into the Broadcasters Hall of Fame. And back in 1989, it was a thrill to accept the prestigious Emmy Award for polka videos, which really touched me, and I'm so proud of it. So I hope you're going to enjoy what the IPA has planned for you this virtual weekend during their 52nd annual festival here. We've got some great updated segments of our game shows that we used to play back in the day. So stick around. You're in for a lot of fun this weekend with the IPA and their virtual polka festival.
It's been 30 years in the making, and now the International Polka Association, with host Keith Strauss, bring you the Name That Polka rematch between Eddie Blazonczyk Jr. and Tim Olkszewski. It's time for Name That Polka with your host, Keith Strauss.
Well, you just saw that clip. It's hard to believe, but that was 29 years ago. Well, it's the rematch of the century during the IPA's virtual weekend today here on Name That Polka. We say hello to Timmy Olkszewski with us this afternoon.
Hello.
And also, he needs no introduction, but we're going to give him one anyway. The nation's #1 son, Eddie Blazonczyk Jr. Junior, how are you?
Very good, Keith. Thanks.
Great to see you guys. Can you guys believe that that was 29 years ago at ETC?
Yeah. It was a long time ago.
Timmy had hair at the
yes,
time.
I did.
You know.
Junior had a mullet. I remember that.
I did.
And hair was a different color, too.
We're going to have a lot of fun here on this particular segment here. We go back and we call this Name That Polka. We've got a category, and we've got 5 tunes. When you think you know it, hit the buzzer and buzz in, and you get 5 points for every correct song, okay? This category, Tears of Endearment, okay? Tears of Endearment. So here we go with song number 1. Listen and name this polka.
She's picking up the slack again. She's back in town where she belongs.
Junior.
Katie's coming back again.
One more time.
Katie's coming back again.
I'm sorry, that's wrong. The name of the song is My Baby's Coming Back Again. Polka Hall of Famer Bill Cherniak and Polka Soul from Minneapolis, Minnesota. So Timmy gets 5 points.
Beautiful.
Because
keep answering them like that.
Junior answered incorrectly. All right, it's still a young game. Here we go with tune number 2. Listen and name this polka.
I remember how she hold me.
Junior.
Oh me, oh my.
Oh me, oh my, sweet baby. We'll take that. That's correct. Took a little time there, Junior. I thought you would have been a little quicker on the buzzer.
Couldn't remember the title.
Okay,
That's
no
the
problem.
problem.
All right, it's a tie game. It's exciting here on Name That Polka. Stand by because here comes question number 3.
Wszyscy do tańca, way past midnight.
Junior?
Me and my baby.
Me and My Baby. The Chicago Push, headed up by Lenny Gomulka. All right, still a close game. 10-5. Timmy, you need this
I'm
one.
ready.
All right, here we go. Listen to tune number 4 and name it.
Roll out the barrel. Beer
I'm
barrel
sorry.
polka. Oh.
It's not Roll Out the Barrel. That's wrong. It's the Baby Doll Polka by the golden voice of polkas, Marion Lush. All right, our final tune in this category. Listen closely and name tune number 5.
Don't know why we quarrel. We never did before. Since we found out how it hurt, I bet we never quarrel anymore.
Junior.
Back in baby's arms.
Back in Baby's Arms is correct with Lynn Marie and her band. All right, so we're done with round number 1. We go to the scoreboard. Eddie Jr., 20. Timmy O, a measly 5.
Like deja vu
But
all
there's
over
time
again.
to catch up on this edition of Name That Polka. All right, well, we've got 2 of our contestants here with us on Name That Polka. Like I mentioned at the top, they were with us 29 years ago on the ETC network. We're going to talk to Junior Blazonczyk first, who is kind of out of the polka field. Is that a correct assumption? You're not performing anymore?
No, not
I mean,
since-
nobody's really performing anymore. That's why we're here virtually this weekend.
That's correct.
But you performed with the Versatones from 1989 to 2011, if my memory serves me correctly.
That's correct. That's correct.
And then you took over the band in...
Around 1997, I took over the band. My father retired around 2001. And then we played another 10 years without my dad. And then we retired the Versatones for good.
I don't know if you remember this, but I seem to remember this. We were at an IPA festival back at the Ramada Hotel O'Hare, and we did an interview. And I turned to you and I said, Junior, rumor has it that you'll be joining the Versatones. And your reply was?
Absolutely not. But Keith, honestly, at the time that you had asked me that, the subject had never even been broached. It had never come up, and I was moving. I think I was living in Baltimore at the time.
Cockeysville, Maryland at the time.
And I was working with Freddie Belinsky.
Right.
And I was on my way back to Chicago and had no intention at that time. So when you talked to me in my defense...
All right, okay. Well, anyway, you know, it's probably a cliche, but it was an awesome experience standing in your dad's shadow, I'm sure, for the times that you were on stage with him. I mean, there's nobody that has a bigger name or well-known in the polka industry than your dad. Tell our viewers about that experience. I mean, aside from the fact that everybody thought the world of your dad and that he was one of the greatest vocalists in our industry, kind of hard to maybe put that into perspective when you were standing next to him. I mean, what was that feeling? What went through your mind when you took to the stage with the Versatones?
I think that it was special for anyone that was able to take the stage with him. His presence, his voice, his personality, his talent. But I think that none of it was truly realized until he retired. And then when he retired in 2001, it was like a vacuum that had just kind of sucked the life out of polkas for us. And his presence not being there was huge. And that's when you truly realized, I think, the depth of what he meant to polka music and the industry.
Well, certainly one of the most decorated performers in our industry, Grammy Awards, Male Vocalist Awards, TV appearances. Is there any one particular job that you remember that stands out when you shared the stage with your dad that you still have fond memories of?
I can't say that there is. I know a lot of the festivals, just the feeling that you had being on stage with him, you know, the presence that he had on stage, and when he took to the microphone and he sang, there was just nothing like it. And for me, there's been nothing like it since. So it's all of those times were special. They really were. Yeah.
Well, Junior, thanks for being here. We certainly appreciate you sharing your sentiments with our viewers about your dad. None greater in our industry, and we all miss him dearly. All right, one of our other contestants here is the leader of the Tri-City Drive. They've got that fantastic CD, Traffic Jamming Out, available. Timmy Okrzeszek. Timmy is no stranger to the polka industry. He's played with a myriad of polka bands over the years, and he is currently sitting behind the drums of Tri-City Drive.
Yes,
Timmy,
sir.
great to see you again.
Great to see you too, Keith.
Tell us about, you know, I'm thinking about looking at you on the other side of the studio here. We worked together on radio
Yes, we did.
back in the day, WTAQ.
WTAQ on Friday night, I want to
Yeah,
say.
the polka warm-up show.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And a musician who played with, let's see, Windy City Brass, Jerry Tarka. Who else? Played with Lush.
Chicago's Milwaukee Avenue. Played
Yeah.
a little bit with Lush. Was a Versatemp.
Versatemp, yeah.
Played with them for a while. And also the D Street Band. I played clarinet sax with the D Street Band. And now back on drums with Tri-City.
Well, Tri-City Drive, one of the greatest additions to our polka industry to date in the Chicagoland. Of course, they play all over the country. How does it feel to share the stage with your two sons? That's got to be a great feeling.
It is. That's the reason why I keep doing this. Going to be 60 years old. I'm about ready to retire, but they're like, "No, Dad, come on, let's go a couple more years." So yes, that is definitely the reason why I'm doing this, is for my boys.
And your sons, both of them, are like so many of the musicians in our industry today. No matter what they pick up, they excel on. And that's kind of different from when we grew up in the industry. I mean, you know, you played drums and clarinet, and that was pretty much your instruments. But these guys, they play everything.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Both my sons play at least 4 instruments each, at least. And yeah, they passed me up a long time ago.
Well, it's great to have you here, and we wish you and the Tri-City Drive continued success.
Thank you.
And stick around, because it's back to more exciting games here on this edition of Name That Polka. All right, we're cruising along here on Name That Polka. We're ready for round number 2. All right, the category, gentlemen, polka romance. Something each of you are familiar with.
Oh.
All right? I know both their wives. Here we go. Song number 1. Listen closely and name this polka. Junior.
Is it Lovebird?
Lovebird Polka is correct. Originally recorded by the Golden Stars, Wanda and Stephanie. Updated by the Downtown Sound and the Lovebird Polka. All right, the score 25-5.
Wow.
Timmy,
I
do you
know.
have a pulse? Are you awake?
I'm trying, man.
All right, here we go. Polka Romance is the category. Here comes polka number 2. Listen closely and name it.
Młoda panienka Kasienka z okna
Timio.
Chained to a pole.
No, I'm sorry. It's not chained to a pole. It's the Maestro's Men, the East Coast's #1 band, and Jealous Lovers.
Well, that's like
Polka
being
Hall
married,
of
right?
Famer, Jackie Libera. Remember the category.
I know. That's
Polka
why I said
Romance.
chained to a pole.
I think the hot lights are getting to him, folks. Might need a little more makeup up here. All right, here we go. Question number 3. Stand by your buzzers. Get ready. Here it comes. Name this polka.
Well, my baby called me yesterday. Said she's coming back on the stage.
Junior.
Gonna Have Love?
Gonna Have Love. Frankie Lishka and the Brass Connection. Junior has a commanding lead, 30-5. Here we go.
No, 35.
35-5. Sorry, a little slow on the switch here. Anyway, here we go with question number 4, tune number 4, the category Polka Romance. Listen and name this polka.
A memory had made its way into my mind about a love I used to see from time to time. Though years would pass between each and every chance, this memory grew stronger of our new romance.
I'm sorry, time is up. Any guesses?
Is it Time Stand Still?
No.
World of Despair?
No. Mike Costa, The Beat. Love transcends all time. All right, gentlemen, we've come down to the final tune in this category. Listen closely, Timmy. I don't want to put any pressure on you, but you need this one to stay in the game, all right? Here we go. Listen to tune number 5. Junior.
The Lovely Girl?
Lovely Girl by the world's polka king, Maui Waju Little Wally, the very first inductee into the Polka Hall of Fame. All right, so at the end of round number 2, Junior has a commanding lead, 40. Timmy only has 5.
That's all
but there's time to catch up because coming up, it is Bid a Second. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Well, we're going along here with a rematch from 1991 up into 2020. 29 years ago, these gentlemen appeared on our television show here in Chicago. They're back at it. And if my memory serves me correctly, it's pretty close to the way it was 29 years ago. Eddie Jr. has 40, Timmy O has 5, but now we're going to play Bid a Second. So what's going to happen here, I'm going to read a clue, and you gentlemen will have up to 10 seconds to name that tune. You go back and forth. When you feel you can't name it, the other opponent will get the opportunity to name it. Each tune worth 5 points. The category, remember the category, fiddling around, okay? Are you gentlemen ready? Here we go with clue number 1 in Bid a Second. You could shoot yourself, slit your wrist, or run your car in your garage with the door closed, and this polka could be played at your funeral. Junior, you'll start the bidding with 10 seconds.
I'll name it in 1.
Junior will name it in 1 second. All right, I'll give you the clue again. You could shoot yourself, slit your wrist, or run your car in your garage with the door closed, and this polka could be played at your funeral. Here we go with your 1 second.
Could it be the Suicide Polka?
It is the Suicide Polka from the LP Polka Hits by Your Dad, Eddie Blazonczyk, with Junior Wojnak on the violin. All right, our score is now 45-5. Timmy, here we go.
More versatile tunes to play or what?
Well, where did we hear this before, huh? Here we go, folks. Tune number 2. Ann Landers or Dear Abby would be two good people to ask for help with this condition. We'll start the bidding once again with Junior.
I'll name it in 8 seconds.
I'll name it in 7.
I say name that polka.
I was hoping
All right,
you weren't
7
gonna say
seconds. See if the strategy works here. Ann Landers or Dear Abby would be two good people to ask for help with this condition. Timmy O, here is your 7 seconds. Lovesick Polka is correct by the Polka Country Musicians.
Hey, how about that?
From their live and jam CD, volume number 1. All right, here we go. The score is getting
Stop
tight.
sweating now.
Junior 45, Timmy O 10. Here we go with clue number 3. There have been many songs written about snack foods, like potato chips polka, popcorn polka, cheese and crackers. But this song would have been the favorite of the polka family. Timmy O, since you won the last tune, you can start the bidding.
I could name it in 10.
I'll name it in 8.
Okay, name that polka.
All right, here's the clue once again. There have been many songs written about snack foods, potato chips polka, popcorn polka, cheese and crackers, but this song would be a favorite of the polka family. Here are your 8 seconds. Junior.
Is it Fiddle Faddle?
Fiddle Faddle is correct. Of course, you know, if you go down the snack aisle in your local grocer, you'll find Fiddle Faddle popcorn in their aisles. All right, very good. Junior 50, Timmy 10.
That's all right.
All right, here we go. Listen closely to the clue. Name tune number 4. Often referred to as the navel of the world, Zakopane is the highest situated city in Poland. In Zakopane, the Tatra Mountains is the highest point, an astounding 7,549 feet above sea level. If you're from this region, this song defines your heritage. Junior, you could start the bidding on this particular song.
I'll name it in 2 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Here we go. 2 seconds. Often referred to as the navel of the world, Zakopane is the highest situated city in Poland, where the Tatra Mountains sit 7,549 feet above sea level. If you're from this area, this song defines your heritage. Here are your 2 seconds.
Maguralka, dwa barki od sep.
JR?
Oh, that one might be Fighting Mountaineers.
I have to go to the judges for a, no? All right. Unfortunately, that is incorrect. That was John Gora, and it's the Gural, the Mountaineers polka. All right, so Timmy gets 5 points there.
Hey, where's the cheering at? Hey!
All right, our final question in this round. Listen closely. Remember the category, fiddling around. Ryan Ogrodny, Wally and Richie Dombrowski, Junior Wojnak, and Fred Guzevich all would perform the Sobetic in their repertoire. Timmy O, you start the bidding.
I can name it in 10.
Name it in 9.
Okay, you can name it.
All right, here we go. 9 seconds. Once again, the clue. Ryan Ogrodny, Wally and Richie Dombrowski, Junior Wojnak, and Fred Guzevich would all perform this obetic in their repertoire. Listen closely and name this obetic. Timmy?
No,
Junior, I'm
Sam.
sorry. Junior? All right, it's Play Those Fiddles Oberek by TBC from their LP Energy. So at the end of round number 3, Eddie Jr. 50, Timmy 20, but Timmy, you can catch up fast when we play the Golden Polka Medley right now on Name That Polka. We'll spin the wheel, and who knows who will be victorious on this rematch 29 years later here on the IPA Virtual Weekend. All right, we've come down to the Golden Polka Medley where we'll spin our big wheel, and each tune is worth whatever is on the wheel. Timmy O, you can catch up pretty quick if the wheel
I'm going to give it all I got.
In your favor. All right, so we're going to go with tune number 1. We'll spin our wheel. And this tune is going to be worth 10 points, all right? Okay. The category, Polka Rainbow.
So we both...
Songs about colors. When you think you know it, slam on the buzzer, all right? Here we go. Get ready. 10 points. Tune number 1. Timmy O.
Red Shoes Polka.
Ah, the Dynatones from the Live Wire album. One of my all-time favorites. Red Shoes Polka. All right, 50 to 30. Let's spin the wheel and see where we're at here on the points. All right, we have 9 points here. 9 points. Get ready for tune number 2 in the category Polka Rainbow. Stand by and name this polka.
As we kiss goodbye and bye.
Junior.
Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain.
The popular Marion Lush tune, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. That's correct. All right. We're moving along here. Junior has 59 points. Timmy, 30. We give the big wheel a spin once again. Tune number 3 is worth 9 points. All right?
All right.
Stand by, get ready. Here comes tune number 3. Name it. Timmy O.
Green Maple?
Green Maple Polka is correct. 20 points are between our 2 contestants right now here in the Golden Polka Medley. 2 more questions to go. We'll give the wheel a big spin. And this tune is worth 6 points. All right, 6 points. Get ready to name tune number 4. Here it is. Junior.
Is it the Green Bridge?
It is the Green Bridge Polka by the King of Honky, Stash Golunka, and his Chicago Masters off of his WRS recording. All right, our final tune, Junior, 65, Timmy, 39, unless there's about 45 points on this wheel. All right, stand by. Here we go. Tune number 5. It's worth 12 and 4, 16 points. All right, our final tune in the Golden Polka Medley, Polka Rainbow, the category, name it. Timmy O.
The Green Parrot.
The Green Parrot Polka is correct by Freddie Malinsky, the chairman of the Polka Hall of Fame, and his brass works. So our final score, not too bad.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. We don't have any bonus points, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But the final score, Eddie Jr. 65, Timmy O 55, and it's been a lot of fun. Did you ever think that we'd be here today, 29 years later, doing this all over again?
No.
No, not at all.
No, don't call me in another 25, though.
Congratulations, and we hope you enjoyed this edition of Name That Polka.
the state of Illinois. For I love that polka music ever since I was a boy. I gathered all their records, for I cherished every name. So I then found myself standing in the Polka Hall of Fame. My heart then beat somewhat faster as I walked in through the door, for I heard the sound of voices I had often heard before. A happy kind of sadness brought a teardrop.
Good evening and welcome. Welcome to the IPA Virtual Festival. Here's truly Tony Blazonczyk and the new phase up on the bandstand, and it's an honor to be here for this virtual festival, and it was great playing and sharing the stage here with Steve Meisner, so a lot more fun coming your way. So we started things off with one called the Early Morning Polka, and we're going to keep it going at a polka tempo for you. How about we give a listen to a tune my dad recorded many years ago and he won an award for, one called Angeline, Be Mine.
always hugs and kisses me. She's sweet and cute, and she's all mine. Oh, Angeline, you are an angel sent from up above. You're my happiness and joy, and the only one I love. sunshine in my life. In a year or two, you'll be my loving wife. And joy, and the only one I love. Angeline, you're all mine. You're the sunshine in my life. In a year or two, you'll be my loving wife. One more polka coming your way. A little medley of tunes that we're going to do before we switch it around. Here's a tune right now. Melvin and Tyler are going to sing it for you. One called I'll Be Waiting and Going to a Wedding.
Przyjechał tu wojacek, przy zielonej gajcie, po mące po zielonej, swej lubi narzeczonej, po mące po zielonej, do swej lubi narzeczonej. Upadła mu szabelka, siesiwego kłonisza, podaj obluba, podaj. Do mnie nic nie gadaj, podaj obluba, podaj, tylko do mnie nic nie gadaj. Młodzi panowie, już się wybierajcie, a wy muzykanci, wesoło zagrajcie, a wy muzykanci, wesoło zagrajcie. Pamiętaj, pamiętaj, panie organista, że czarę białku do kościoła przyszła, że czarę białku do kościoła przyszła.
Hey, folks, the music of Tony Blazonczyk and New Phase. How you doing tonight, Tony?
Doing good, Craig. Nice to see you here.
I disappeared before. They had me hiding behind one of these pallets back here, and I just
You
couldn't
get
get
lost
out.
in here.
You do. You really do. Nobody knows where we are. That's the whole thing. But once again, welcome everybody to the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Festival, live at an undisclosed location. And we have music of Tony Blazonczyk and New Phase doing a wonderful job. It's so nice to hear this music once again, so live here. And thanks for joining us. And I have to say, without a doubt, thank you, all the Canadian listeners, all the people up north. There's a big Canadian polka party going up there watching the show here tonight. Tony, how's it going?
Well, considering what we're going through, it's going all right.
Crazy, huh? Thank you for playing tonight.
It's great to be playing again.
Now, you've got CDs out and a website. Tell us a little bit about you.
We do. We have about, I think, our sixth CD. We have 6 CDs out, and our website is www.newphase.com, or you can visit us on Facebook and see us there as well.
Can you quickly introduce all these characters in the
sure
band here?
can.
Please do.
On the trumpet, on the far end, we got Whitey Rinyets. Next to him on trumpet and, well, he just plays trumpet. That's Voodoo, Danny Ludansky. Back there keeping the beat on vocals and drums, Ray Melvin Razutko. On the accordion and vocals, Tyler Zavatsky. And on concertina, my brother, Eddie Blazonczyk Jr.
And you're related to some big guy that made an impact on polka music that will never be...
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Never be repeated, never be... yes, I understand completely. Well, Tony, give us an obereczka here. Would you guys play Don't Cry Oberek?
Here we go.
Okay.
Mamuszu moja, gdzie Jasiu, bo ja go szukam. Mamuszu moja, gdzie Jasiu, bo ja go kocham. Nie płacz dziewczyno, on ci się wróci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, pierścionek dam ci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, on ci się wróci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, pierścionek dam ci. Szukam Jasieńka cały dzień, całą noc, bo ja go kocham. Szukam Jasieńka cały dzień, całą noc, go nie znalazła. Nie płacz dziewczyno, on ci się wróci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, pierścionek dam ci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, on ci się wróci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, pierścionek dam ci. Fajnie zobaczycie! Jasiu już wraca wesoły, wesoły i uszeczony. Jasiu już wraca wesoły, wesoły, szyka dziewczyny. Nie płacz dziewczyno, on ci się wróci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, pierścionek dam ci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, on ci się wróci. Nie płacz dziewczyno, pierścionek dam ci. Bo on przyjechał dziewczyno, dzisiaj do ciebie. I on już trzyma w kieszeni, pierścionek złoty. Cieszę się dziewczyno, jest tu twój miły. Będzie wesele, Jasiu wesoły. Cieszę się dziewczyno, jest tu twój miły. Będzie wesele, Jasiu wesoły.
There's an oberek for you. There's one called the Don't Cry Oberek. All right, we're going to go back to a polka tempo for you right now. We're going to send this out especially for all the wives and girlfriends from all the guys in the band. And here's the tune for you right now, one called My Girlfriend Polka.
Piękny oczyma, ej moja miła, piękne oczyma, ej moja miła, piękne oczyma. Grabne nóżki ma, ej moja miła, zgrabne nóżki ma, ej moja miła, zgrabne nóżki ma. Mój pierścionek ma, ej moja miła, mój pierścionek ma, ej moja miła, mój pierścionek ma. Jak mnie ty kochasz, ej moja miła, mój pierścionek masz, ej moja miła, mój pierścionek masz.
Polka. Thank you. All right, we're going to go back about 15 years off our very first CD, song that we recorded. And how about we do a tune for you right now, one called The Fisherman's Polka. Ryby łowcy. 1, 2.
Ryby łowili, hej, hej, ryby łowili. Napotkały młode dziewczyny, nic nie złowili. Hej, hej, nic nie złowili. Ryby łowcy, bardzo wam rada. Hej, hej, bardzo wam rada. Ławić wamy ryby łowić, ale za młoda. Hej, hej, ale za młoda. Ryby łowili, hej, hej, ryby łowili.
chłopcy, bardzo wam rada. Hej, hej, o, ha, ha, bardzo wam rada.
International Polka Association's Virtual Polka Fest, live on YouTube, Facebook, Polka Jammer Network, and everywhere else around the world. Thank you for tuning in. And also, our chat room is open, IPApolkas.com/chat. If you'd like to join the chatters in the room, let me take a look here. We got Randy Kozlowski from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Hi, Randy. How you doing, buddy? Gail Watowiec, I got to work on my Polish, I guess, tonight here. Jen and CJ. Also, Linda Louie, and she's a neighbor of mine. She only lives about 6 miles away from me. Hi, dear. With a special thank you going out to you for helping organize the T-shirt fundraiser for the IPA. And if you'd like to check that out, also check out the IPApolkas.com website for all the T-shirt information. We'll get a little bit more to you later on in the show. All right, back to music here. You guys are going to play some more, aren't you? You're going to play some more polka music, Tony?
We are.
How about the polka music polka?
Here we go, honky style.
1, 2.
Ale teraz zapraszamy wszystkich do tańca. Kuba Pierśku Woźko. Everybody on tańca. Hop, 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 hop. Zagraj mi muzyczko na wszystkie strony. Jak se potańcuję, bo nie mam żony. Zagraj trzeszcipeczki dla mojej dzieweczki. Zagraj cię dla mnie, zagraj cię dla mnie. Zagraj trzeszcipeczki dla mojej dzieweczki. Zagraj cię dla mnie, zagraj cię dla niej. Grajcie muzykancja, bo pieniądze podajcie, hop! Na lewo! Zagraj mi muzyczko, zagraj wesoło. Jak se potańcuję z dziewczyną w koło. Zagraj trzeszcipeczki dla mojej dzieweczki. Zagraj cię dla mnie, zagraj cię dla mnie. Zagraj trzeszcipeczki dla mojej dzieweczki. Zagraj cię dla mnie, zagraj cię dla niej. Hej, ale to ponogi zagrają, ja lubię hockey style. Zagraj mi muzyczko na wszystkie strony. Jak se potańcuję, bo nie mam żony. Zagraj trzeszcipeczki dla mojej dzieweczki. Zagraj cię dla mnie, zagraj cię dla niej. Zagraj trzeszcipeczki dla mojej dzieweczki. Zagraj cię dla mnie, zagraj cię dla niej. Grajcie muzykanci na lewo, na prawo, wszyscy do tańca! Hop, hop, hop.
There's a honky style tune for you, one called the Polka Music Polka. All right, it's time to slow things down a little bit. We're going to throw a waltz in for you. Here's Melvin to sing one called Tia-ra-ra.
One, two.
Czyja ta dziewczyna, co ja z nią tańcuję? Tia-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra. Jak ciebie tańczymy, to cię całujemy. Tia-ra-ra-ra-ra. Ile gwiazd na niebie, ile na papierze. Tia-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra. Tyle poborności każdym kawalerze. Tia-ra-ra-ra-ra. Ile gwiazd na niebie, ile na kartecie. Tia-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra. Tyle właściwości każdym panienecie. Tia-ra-ra-ra-ra. Kochałem Szerbuniu, nie miałem rozumu. Tia-ra-ra, tia-ra-ra. Teraz moje oczka płacza, pokryje mu. Tia-ra-ra-ra-ra.
Slowing it down for a waltz. Here's one called Tia-ra-ra. All right, we got a little polka medley with some old-time tunes that we're going to do for you right now. We're going to start things off with one called the Green Grass Polka. We're going to do a little bit of Pukayashu, and then we're going to close things out with one called the Hey Cavalier Polka.
Yeah, of course.
Zielona traweczka w moim ogródeczku, pisze do Jaszenka, żeby do mnie wrócił. Zielona traweczka, a miesiąc na niebie. Jasiu, mój Jaszenku, tak smutno bez ciebie. Puka Jasiu w okieneczko, puka Jasiu drzwi. Puka Jasiu w okieneczko, puka Jasiu drzwi. Moja miła najmilejsza, proszę otwórz mi. Moja miła najmilejsza, proszę otwórz mi. Otwórz miła, nie bądź taka, mam coś dla ciebie. Otwórz miła, nie bądź taka, mam coś dla ciebie. Piękny, śliczny pierścioneczek, ożenimy się. Piękny, śliczny pierścioneczek, ożenimy się.
Miasteczka stała młoda dziewczyna. Hej, piękna była, piękna jak laleczka, ale była za młoda. Hej, piękna była, piękna jak laleczka, ale była za młoda. Hej, hej, kawalerownie, nie zawracajcie dziewczyny głowę. Hej, hej, kawalerownie, nie zawracajcie dziewczyny głowę. Ach, ta młoda dziewczyna, tak ta wymarowana. Hej, ciemne łoczka, piękne ciemne łoczka, młoda dziewczyna miała. Hej, ciemne łoczka, piękne ciemne łoczka, młoda dziewczyna miała. Hej, hej, kawalerownie, nie zawracajcie dziewczyny głowę. Hej, hej, kawalerownie, nie zawracajcie dziewczyny głowę.
Alrighty, polka medley time with Tony Blazonczyk's new phase right here during the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Festival, live on Facebook and YouTube, and also the Polka Jammer Network. Thanks a lot for tuning in, everybody. I'm your host MC Craig Ebel of It's Polka Time radio show. We have to acknowledge some people in the chat room, and the first one up is one of my girlfriends out there, and I just played with her in Mitchell, South Dakota last Sunday. Barefoot Becky from Barefoot Becky and the Ivanhoe Dutchman in Iowa. Thanks a lot, Becky, for tuning in and being in the chat room. Mike Matuzek from The Boys. Now there's a guy with a voice, I tell you. He's tuned in tonight. Let me get these names. Sudsy Sarayevsky. He's a musician, isn't he? Sudsy. Yeah, from Chicago here, absolutely. Okay. Ricky and Jen Pianowski, also Larry Herchak, and more and more and more. Thank you. Log on to our website, IPApolkas.com/chat, and you can join our chat room. Also, we have commemorative t-shirts for this event, and you can log on to IPApolkas.com/shirts. All kinds of stuff. Log on to IPApolkas.com and just browse through there. There's all kinds of great information. Also, coming up at 7:45 tonight, according to my schedule here, we got the Steve Meisner Band once again coming back to the stage. So that's going to be lots and lots of fun. Tony Blazonczyk's going to play us out here on a couple of tunes. And Melvin's going to sing this one, my favorite and one and only left-handed drummer.
Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you very much. Johnny should stay single forever. Polka.
The only left-handed drummer you know.
Jasiu jest kabaret, a mnie niektórzy zna i wszystkim musi dać. Jedną tańcuje, drugą czatuje i każdą kocha. Jedną tańcuje, drugą czatuje i każdą kocha. Jasiu jest zalecą, taki jedno dwie, co dobrze gotuje. Jak z tej jedności, ona z radości, oczy na głowie. Jak z tej jedności, ona z radości, oczy na głowie. Taki jedno dwie, co dobrze gotuje. Jak z tej jedności, ona z radości, oczy na głowie. Jak z tej jedności, ona z radości, oczy na głowie. Jasiu, nie dzień się mnie, będzie ci bardzo kawaler, a dobrze. Żona do pasta, po pisku ciastka się wybije. Żona do pasta, po pisku ciastka się wybije.
Melvin on the vocals, Johnny should stay single. All right, I think we got time for about one more tune for you, and then we're going to have it move right along. Here's a tune recorded by my dad back in the 1970s. Here's a polka for you right now, one called the Love 'Em and Leave 'Em. My Joni from Chicago, she's found another man. I can't even kiss her now, can't even hold her hand. Every time I see her now, she's with some other guy. I guess I'm just a loser with teardrops in my eyes. Love 'em and leave 'em, kiss 'em, deceive 'em.
That used to be my motto one time, till my loving Joni left me so lonely. Now I've got these teardrops in my eyes. I used to run around a lot when Joni was my girl. I would flirt with every gal I meet throughout the world. I used to be a killer with those women, me oh my. Now I'm just a loser with teardrops in my eyes. Love 'em and leave 'em, kiss 'em, deceive 'em. That used to be my motto one time, till my loving Joni left me so lonely. Now I've got these teardrops in my eyes. I used to slay the pretty girls from Maine to Illinois. Everybody used to call me Polish lover boy. There've been so many pretty eyes I filled with bitter tears when I was known as lover boy throughout my singing years. Love 'em and leave 'em, kiss 'em, deceive 'em. That used to be my motto one time, till my loving Joni left me so lonely. Now I've got these teardrops in my eyes.
All righty. Well, Steve, welcome. Appreciate that you're joining us. All right. Let's dive in and learn a little bit more about you. So how many years have you been performing now?
How many I can't remember. It's 41. I think this year is 41. 41 years. 41 years, and that would be with my own band. That's not counting the years that I was practicing and playing with my dad's band.
Okay, I was just going to ask that. Okay. Wow, amazing. Now, obviously, you followed in your father's footsteps.
I do have to say, wait a minute.
Oh, yep.
I do have to say, the one man that inspired me to really be a better accordion player, well, there's several of those too, but the one man that started me when I was a kid was Joey Miskell. I mean, nobody could play like that. It was like, it was like a godly thing. I mean, nobody could play like that. You weren't born and you could play like that, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, he was the first guy. And of course, he was always such a nice guy, you know, always gave good advice. So
yeah, no, he is a great guy. I had the pleasure of meeting him a couple years ago at the Illinois Polka Fest, and really, really great
he's
guy.
One of a kind.
Yeah,
they broke the mold when they made that kid.
Yep. All right. Well, obviously, you've followed in your father's footsteps by being the great performer you are, and filling those shoes.
Hey, I never been called a great performer yet. That's a good one.
No. And many will even say you filled those shoes and then some. How would you say, or what do you feel you've done that has taken you beyond just filling those shoes?
My dad was like a self-contained You know, I think of him as a genius, but he was self-contained.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't, even though he may have looked at outside music, I look at him like I would look at some of the great composers where everything became internalized. So, I mean, even if he looked at other genres or other music, it all became him. You know, I mean, he turned everything that he did into Vern Meisner.
Okay.
I, on the other hand, look at things differently. I mean, I look for those inspirations in other things, and I don't like to take away from those inspirations. You know,
Gotcha.
it still probably turns out ending up the same, where it still sounds like me, but at the same time, you know, I try to at least, you know, respect where I've taken ideas from, and you know, maybe I'm not quite as internalized, I don't think, musically. It doesn't all have to be about me.
Right.
You know, I mean, I can play, you know, Yankovic, or I could play Joey Miskelin, or I could play Eddie Blazonczyk, or I could play, and I can leave it at that.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be my interpretation of it. You know, I'm more honored if I can have somebody say, "Oh, you're playing an Eddie Blazonczyk number. Wow, that's really cool, Steve." You know? I'm more honored by that than if they would say, "Well, what the hell was that?" You know?
That's awesome. Do you read music or do you play by ear?
I have always, I was taught to read. I choose not to. My ear has always guided me through muddy waters. You know, I read music as fast as I read a book.
Okay.
Very slow. Very slow. And I don't know. To me, I always thought there was a relationship there. There's a reason for it. You know, if you're a slow reader of a book, you're going to be a slow reader of music. I mean, to me, it's not one measure at a time. It's one note at a time, and it slows the whole process down. My ear just goes boom. I hear it, and you know, I'm already on the next page before my eyes are still, you know, wasting all that time trying to catch up. You know, my ears is already taken me to the next page. So,
and I feel too, also playing by ear, you're playing from your heart as well, not just.
Well, no. I mean, but that's a different subject. Okay. Because even if you read, you know, you play from your heart. But playing by ear is something that you truly is a developed thing. I mean, it's just as developed.
You can
as
be more
perfect
creative.
pitch and, you know, everything else, but it's just the ear always took me places faster than. You remember did you ever have to vacuum your carpet?
Sure.
I mean, when you were a kid, did your mother make you vacuum?
Of course.
Of course. So did you ever spend a lot of time while you were vacuuming? You didn't want to vacuum, but you spent a lot of time trying to practice your perfect pitch with a vacuum cleaner.
No.
That's what I did the whole time I vacuumed. My ear was always going like, and I'd be humming with it, you know, trying to get the perfect pitch with a vacuum cleaner. That's when I started realizing that, hey, you know, my ear goes so much farther than my eyes can read in time. And I will say in some cases, I mean, it has slowed me down in some things. I mean, there's so much, and again, like discipline, there's so many other things I would really musically thought when I was younger, you know, man, I'd really like to do some of this stuff. But I did take time when I was young, you know, reading different kinds of books, you know, like accordion books for Bach, and, you know, playing, you know, this really weird stuff with the basses. And I mean, but again, it's a whole day of just reading one song, you know, and practicing that stuff. And after I played it, after reading it and playing it, I didn't need the sheet music anymore. I'm like, okay, now I know how this damn thing goes. I can hear it. I know where the basses go. I'm like, you know, if you had just played it for me first, I had this thing down 10 minutes ago, you know.
Yeah. So it sounds like this isn't a hobby of yours. You're a full-time musician.
Full-time musician, but it's still a hobby.
Yeah.
still a hobby because, I mean, you're having too much fun, right?
Sure.
It's not work. It's not work. Setting up and tearing down, driving to the gig. You know, I always tease poor Ted Lang.
Yeah.
You know, because he became a bus driver.
Nobody else can drive it now.
I always tease him about that. But you know what? I mean, in all the years that I played, it's like the real work is driving, you know, getting to the gigs, you know, setting up, tearing down, playing a gig. That's not work.
Right.
Well, that's where you have all the fun.
That's where you have fun.
For sure.
That's for sure. So Wisconsin sounds like a fun place to play. Obviously, you've got all the festivals, county and state fairs going on, as well as your bars and supper clubs. Where are some of your favorite places that you've played in the United States?
Oh, you know, my gosh. I wish you wouldn't ask that. The only reason is because it's not, they're all favorite. You know, I mean, it's every job is an experience. You know, every gig you play at, it doesn't matter how small it is, if it's at a, you know, Kohansky's Tavern downtown Milwaukee, or if it's, you know, playing at Polish Fest, you know, in Milwaukee. I mean, how large, how small, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're all fun. And the one thing that I learned, and I learned this, you know, through experience, was you make your own gig fun. You know, you make it fun.
Yep.
You know, you start the gig and you make it fun. It's about the people. It's about who's there. Doesn't matter if there's 10 or if there's 10,000. You know, you have a good time and you make it fun. You know, you can. I couldn't even name all of the places anymore that I played. In fact, somebody says, "Do you remember when you played there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I don't." Like, I have pictures of you playing there, Steve. I'm like, "Oh boy." Now, my dad, on the other hand, he had a photographic memory. Roy Miskillen and Frank Yankovic. I mean, you know, they remember everything.
Sure.
You know, I mean, how cool would that be if you could remember everything?
Yeah.
I'm not that fortunate. The good times I try to remember. You know, I don't remember the bad times, just the good.
Definitely, definitely. So what do you think sets you apart in polka music?
Not sure I'm set apart. Am I?
Well, your own style, you know, is, you know.
In my eyes, you know, I mean, my father was an individual. He made his livelihood on being an individual.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a natural process. I learned, you know, from him. And one of the things I think that I would always go back to is that he always told me, you know, you've got all of these copycats out there that are trying to sound like other, you know. And he always told me, he said, Steve, he said, don't try and sound like me. Don't try and sound like Yankovic. Try and sound like, you know, Pecan or Habit. He said, be yourself. You know, try to be yourself in your music. Sound like yourself. And so that's one thing. And he told me that at a pretty young age. So, you know, I mean, that's one thing that I always carry with me.
So you've traveled around the United States, and being on the road myself, I've encountered some crazy experiences. Can you tell us about the funniest or the wackiest road experience you've ever had?
In like a minute? No. I mean, and there's so many. I mean, where would I start?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, but as many years as you've been around.
There's so many. Where would I start? One of the weirdest, I want to say scariest road experience I ever had was, you know, you're on the road, you break down once in a while, right?
Oh, definitely.
And my dad was a very get it done guy. You know, it's like, well, we're not going to sit around here and wait, you know, for AAA to pick us up. So we stopped at, we were on the Ohio-Indiana border, coming back from the East Coast. And the last Oasis in Ohio. We pulled over for gas. The van was on E. Okay, we were driving, and it was going to be my turn to drive the rest of the trip back to Wisconsin. And filled her up, but the van wouldn't start. And I'm thinking to myself, this is really strange, wouldn't start. And feathering the gas, and this is, back in the old days when a vehicle had a fuel pump.
Right.
So it was a regular carburetor with a fuel pump. And I was feathering it, and I could keep it running if I kept feathering the gas pedal. And I told him, I said, Dad, I think the fuel pump is shot. And I got underneath, and sure enough, the diaphragm was leaking underneath the van, and it was leaking gas. Diaphragm.
Oh, no.
And it was amazing because he drove all the way from Jessup, Maryland to this point.
Yep.
Before all of a sudden the fuel pump is going, right? and he thought he was out of gas. Well, he was out of gas, but I mean, for some odd reason, the fuel pump is not working either. So he says to me, well, let's take the doghouse off. He says, I'll go buy a gallon jug of windshield washer. I'll dump it out. We'll fill it with gas. Take the doghouse off. Take the air cleaner cover off. And he says, you keep feathering it, and when it starves for gas, I'll dump gas into the carburetor. And he says, we'll get down to the next exit where there's a carburetor. He says, otherwise we got to sit here for an hour and a half to pick us up.
Right.
And of course, I'm young, I'm foolish. I'm like, and my dad said so. So I'm like, okay, I guess we'll try it, right?
Yep.
Mind you, the whole 5-piece band is in the van, right? All the instruments are in the van. And it starts out good. And we get back out on the turnpike. And we're going, I'm feathering, and I'm going about 50, feathering the gas, doing pretty good.
Yeah.
He only dumps it in when he hears it starve, right? Only dumps gas in when he hears it starve. Well, and I hit a bump in the road.
Uh-oh.
At the same time, it was starving, and he was dumping gas in. And overspilled the gasoline. And so it poured too much gasoline into the carburetor, and the engine backfired, and the whole thing started on fire.
Oh, no.
I pulled over right away off to the side of the road, right? Pulled over right away to the side of the road, and we're looking for rags. We're trying to put the van is off, but it's still on fire because gas poured into the air cleaner around the outside. We're trying to put this out. The whole dash is melted on the van, and we're still trying to put the fire out. All of the guys in the back, they're all out of the van. They already have all their instruments out of the back of the van.
Yeah.
And they're like a mile away. They walked away from and they're like a football field away, waiting for the van to blow up, right? And Dan and I are putting it out, and then I walk around the van on the side, traffic's going by on the turnpike, and I'm standing there by the guardrail, and I'm so scared. I'm bouncing up and down. I'm trying to stand still, but I'm bouncing up and down like this. I'm like, can we call AAA now? And he says, are you crazy? He says, get back in the van. He says, we're going to get to this exit. And the guys wouldn't get back in the van. None of the van guys would get, and they're walking with their instruments down the turnpike. And Dad and I get back in the van, and we get it started again. The dash is all melted. All the vacuum lines are melted, And we get back in the van, and we're going on. And we get to the exit, and I had to roll down the window to throw the coin in the slot to get through. I barely stopped. Thank God there was no gate. It was just a light. I threw the coin in, and we drove right through. And I feathered it, kept it going until I got to the parts store in the town, which was right off of the turnpike, right? And I shut it off, and I said to Dad, I said, okay, go buy the fuel pump. I drove a Dodge van too, and I changed the fuel pumps before. And so I said, I know how to change this. We got the tools in the back. I said, I can have this apart in a half hour. I said, I'll have the new fuel pump put on. I said, you go to the gas station across the street and get somebody to take you back to the turnpike to get the pellets. And so as he was getting with the guy from the gas station, as they're going through the gates at the turnpike, the band members are walking through on the other side, walking through the gate, you know. So everybody gets there, we get back in the van, and we got back to Wisconsin, no trouble. But I mean, that was the scariest road trip I know, and the funniest because, and this was his original sax player, Bill Hageman, and Gary Hendrickson from Monroe on the banjo guitar. And who was drumming? I want to say that was probably maybe Chris Dozak when he was really little. But anyway, I'll never forget those guys walking down the turn. Oh, the funny part of that story is that Bill Hageman said, yeah, he says, we're walking down the turnpike, and he says, we get over the ridge on the turnpike, over the knoll and the hill, and he says, this sign comes up, you know, off the side of the turnpike that says fireworks for sale. He said, we thought we were going to see the van blow up out in, you know, by the signboard that the fireworks. Yeah, that was a funny story. Yeah, there's so many.
Oh yeah. Spend a whole night talking about those. That's for sure.
Yeah, my goodness, for sure.
So Steve, tell me, where do you see polkas in 10 years?
I don't know. We got to get past this year.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You know, it's really hard when your whole life is stifled.
Yeah.
You know, by what's happening around us. The one thing I will say is that I'm very optimistic, and the one thing about polka music is resilient.
Yeah.
It's a music that has nothing to do with anything but fun.
Right.
You know, it's resilient. You know, it's going to come around. People are going to miss it. People are going to want to have it. In fact, I don't know. I always said that the one thing, because of the resilience of polka music, it takes many shapes and many forms. And we've watched it grow into different kinds of different genres of polka music that I never dreamed even existed.
Sure.
I just always said that was the problem, you know, with polka music from day one, is that there's no union, you know, of all of it together in a mass, of all the genres, of, you know, everybody getting together and working together. And, you know, that's one thing that all the music that was probably closest to polka music was bluegrass music.
Right.
And that was a form of music that had the same problem polka music had. No union in it. It was all split apart. Well, they figured out how to all get together and became part of Nashville. And the ones who stayed in the business and learned the business became, you know, very successful, and, you know, had, you know, successful recording careers and crossovers into country music and yada yada. And polka music could do the same thing.
All right. Well, that's all I've got for you, Steve. I appreciate your time.
I don't think you'll have enough time for all of that. So run this
oh yeah.
In your show, you'll have enough, all of that. Nice to see you guys. Yes, at least on the video. Listen, this is Yashu. You know the Yashu with the big kielbasa? That's right. That's the one. Listen, before you go to IPA dance, you come to my deli. Look at all the stuff here. Look at all the stuff. We got kielbasa, kabanosy, kishka, shinka, whatever you want. You gotta stock up before you go to a polka dance. All right, you guys. So come and see my Euro Market deli. 1-800-1-kielbasa. That's the number. I will deliver free. Na zdrowie. Oh!
Hello, everyone. It's your friend Les, photographer to the polka stars and the fun-loving people everywhere. I think I can speak on behalf of all of the Canadians just to let you know how much we miss all of you, how much we miss all of the events and the fun that we all have together. We hope that this comes to an end soon and everyone is back healthy and happy and enjoying ourselves like we always do. This coming weekend was to be the big IPA Festival and Convention in Buffalo. And of course, that can't go on. However, the good people of the IPA have put together a fantastic program starting Friday at 5 p.m. Central Time and going all the way through till Sunday at 5 p.m. Central Time. You'll be able to watch that on YouTube, on Facebook, and listen to it on the Polka Jammer. So there's all kinds of ways to participate and to enjoy the programming. I hope that you take time to take a photo of your group, your bunch, your family that are watching together with you and send them to the IPA, just so that there's something in the archive, so that there's something to be shown for this terrible year so far of 2020. In the meantime, I hope you can indulge me quickly, maybe have a quick look into the camera, a big smile. 1, 2, and 3.
God bless this music, God bless the song I sing, God bless my families, God bless my everything, God bless these people who drive from everywhere and keep us safely under your special care. My mom would sing along, and pretty soon they'd be a polka dancing.
In my house they would sing, what joy that song would bring.
I learned to play and soon I joined in jamming. What precious memories within our family, going out to where the bands would play. We shared those times back then with family and friends.
It's what I want to share with you today.
Here's a gift, it's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me.
It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on to you.
I hope that you have times like I've had in my life,
with good friends you know through this music.
It can lift you up and be a lot of fun.
And on a blue day it can help you through it.
some stars of bygone days gave me the song they sang.
That's why I'm here singing you this song.
So you can carry on the song that they passed on.
Love it, live it, keep it growing strong.
Here's a gift, it's the song I sing.
It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me.
It's a legacy,
and it still rings true.
It's this polka song that now I'm handing on to you.
It's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me. It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on. Here's a gift, it's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me. It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on. Here's a gift, it's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me. It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on. gift. Here's a gift. It's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me. It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on. Here's a gift, here's a gift. It's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me. It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on. Here's a gift, here's a gift. It's the song I sing. It's the same song that my mom and dad would sing to me. It's a legacy, and it still rings true. It's this polka song that now I'm handing on to you.
Hey everybody, this is Blazonczyk, Media Advisor of the IPA, and we hope that you're enjoying the IPA Virtual Weekend thus far. And if you were following along with us leading up to this weekend on our Facebook page, you saw us post a couple of drink recipes that we would hope that you would follow along with us and have a couple drinks with us throughout the weekend. So one of the recipes that we posted was for an old fashioned, and that's what we're going to make right now. So grab all of your ingredients and follow along. So first off, I'm going to grab my Knob Creek 100, which is my bourbon, okay? And I'm going to start off, with some ice. I'm going to fill up my container with ice here. I'm going to grab my Knob Creek 100, my bourbon of choice. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pour 2 ounces of bourbon. Very simple recipe. 2 ounces of bourbon. Then I'm going to take my simple syrup and I'm going to go 1/2 ounce of simple syrup. Simple syrup is nothing more than sugar and water. 1/2 ounce. I'm going to give that a nice little stir. Then I'm going to take my glass and I'm going to get myself a nice proper big chunk of ice. Pop that in there. Get my strainer. Strain that off into my glass. Get all that nice goodness out of there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to finish this off with a couple of dashes of bitters, and I'm going to use the Old Forester Hummingbird bitters, and you can use whatever you like. Angostura is the most popular, but we're going to use just a couple of drops, and I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Most recipes call for 2 to 3, 3 to 4. I tend to use 5. That's just my personal preference. But the way we're going to finish this off with an expression of orange. Give it a nice little squeeze, and then we're going to take the inside, get that glass in there like that, give our orange expression in there, and then we're going to finish this off with a couple of Luxardo cherries. Get a little bit of that syrup, get that in our drink, and that, my friends, is a proper old-fashioned. So everybody, we hope you're enjoying the weekend. Keep watching with us because we're going to come back and we're going to do a couple more drinks. So everybody, raise your glasses and have a na zdrowie.
And welcome back, everybody, to the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Fest 2020. I'm your MC, Craig Ebel, the host of It's Polka Time, nationally syndicated radio show, and also Polka Hall of Famer. And I'm doing this weekend because I love polka music. What a better way to have polka music when it's live, live, live. But before we get to Steve Meisner in the band, we got to acknowledge some of our chatters. We have a chat room out there where you can join us at IPApolkas.com/chat. Check it out if you're out there on the internet and need something to do, instead of watching us, you can always chat. And we have chatters out there. We have Andy Kozlowski tuning in all the way from Los Angeles, California. Also, Yashu Jaworski is out there. That'd be a John Jaworski, it sounds like. Larry Herchek is out there. And all the way from Toronto, Canada, Polka Hall of Famer Eddie Gutsa, Edju. Thank you very much for tuning in. His whole family is watching on a big screen with the volume turned up so loud that they have to yell to talk to each other. Awesome. Thank you, all you Canadians up there, for tuning in to the Virtual Polka Fest presented by the IPA. And once again, we're blessed and we're fortunate and all excited to have Polka Hall of Famer Mr. Steve Meisner in the band, and he's going to play for you a song right now, and I got to look because I forgot, called Dancing on a Saturday Night Polka.
Monday and Tuesday we're so much in love. Wednesday she calls me her sweet turtle dove. Thursday and Friday all we do is fight. Then she goes dancing on Saturday night. Sunday she calls me and we kiss, and then we go through the week until Thursday again. She knows I can't polka, so she starts a fight, so she can go dancing on Saturday night. Oh yeah. Monday and Tuesday we're so much in love. Wednesday she calls me her sweet turtle dove. Thursday and Friday all we do is fight. Then she goes dancing on Saturday night. Sunday she calls me and we kiss, and then we go through the week until Thursday again. She knows I can't polka, so she starts a fight, so she can go dancing on Saturday night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dancing on Saturday night, on a Friday night, right here with the IPA Polka Fest. It's a little Urfy's polka right now, A flat. Send this out to Freddie Gregrich. Jerry's going to put that guitar on right now, and we're going to change the tempo for a little Memories of Vienna. This is Vern Meisner's first composition. Happy time, old barrack. Said yoo-hoo. Everybody sang. Yoo-hoo. Said yoo-hoo. One more. Yoo-hoo.
The Steve Meisner Band with the Happy Time Obeta. I didn't know you played Obeta, Steve. How about that? Sounds good.
Meisner plays everything.
Yes, he does. But not requests?
Yeah, we do those too.
Okay, good. Hey, one more quick
Circle
time.
two-step? You ready?
We'll do it all. We'll do it all. And how do we find Steve Meisner on the internet?
www.stevemeisner.com.
We got it. Okay, welcome back to the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Fest. We're live on the air, Facebook and YouTube, and the Polka Jammer Network with the Steve Meisner Band. You can't buy this stuff, folks. This is all for you. Thank you very much for tuning us in tonight. We have to acknowledge some people. Look at this. I got a handwritten note this time. Royce and Linda Plata, how are you guys doing it? They're camping. They're at a campsite in Rhinelander, Wisconsin. And they got, I don't know what you're watching or listening to us on, but thank you very much for tuning us in, guys. Nice to hear from you. Also, some other people in the chat room once again. John and Cheryl Vermaniak, Sally Rajutko, Diane Blazonczyk, also Olivia Vinicki, Katie and Haley Kravitz. And you can join the chat room as well. IPApolkas.com/chat. Is that right? Got it. Okay, there's so much to remember for this virtual polka festival. And make sure you tune in tomorrow. Log on to IPApolkas.com and see the entire schedule. And I think we start about 5 o'clock tomorrow or so, 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. 3:30. Thank you very much. And we're also on Sunday. We'll have a polka mass, live polka music tomorrow with the IPA Tribute Band, and, of course, live polka music with the Dyna Brass on Sunday. Back to Steve Meisner and the band. And, Steve, you call everybody darling.
You call everybody darling,
oh darling,
and everybody calls you darling too. You don't mean what you're saying, it's just a game you're playing, but you'll find someone else can play the game as well as you. If you call everybody darling,
oh darling,
then love won't come a-knocking at your door. And as the years go by, you'll sit and wonder why nobody calls you darling anymore. No way. Call everybody darling,
oh darling,
and everybody calls you darling too. You don't mean what you're saying, it's just a game you're playing, but you'll find someone else can play the game as well as you. If you call everybody darling,
oh darling,
then love won't come a-knocking at your door. And as the years go by, you sit and wonder why, oh why, nobody calls you darling anymore. That's right. You call everybody darling. Hey, we'd like to feature our banjo player here, Jerry Beanick from, where are you from, Jerry? Cudahy, by the lake almost. By the lake. Yeah, almost. So, Jerry, we're going to feature a little banjo music with Jerry here. Get ready. Here comes Jerry. Hey, hey! Jawohl, Jerry. Here we go, a little banjo. One more time. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Are you ready? Let's go. Oh, yeah. Strawberries and raspberries. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Of the old jammin' polkas. Oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank. There are friends gathered round. That often I do thank. Oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank. There are friends gathered round. That often I do thank. It wasn't long ago I tasted that sweet wine with pleasure that it was. I never had that kind. It brought new life to me, some joy and gratitude. I shared my joy with friends and changed my attitude. Oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank. There are friends gathered round. That often I do thank. Oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank. There are friends gathered round. That often I do thank. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go. Oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank. There are friends gathered round. That often often I do thank, oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank, there are friends gathered round. That often I do thank. Last night I met this gal, with charming grace was she. I asked her for a dance, she accepted gracefully. All night we had such joy and rested for a time. And then she asked of me to drink that fruit of wine. Oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank, there are friends gathered round. That often I do thank, oh, the strawberries, raspberries, good wine that I drank, there are friends gathered round. That often I do thank. Yeah, 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 yeah. Strawberries.
I tell you, Steve, you were the band that brought that song from the new brass into the Slovenian market and made it even a bigger hit. Strawberries and Raspberries with the Steve Meisner Band right here on the International Polka Association's Virtual Polka Fest, live on Facebook, YouTube, and the Polka Jammer Network. Now, I got to see if I can get through all this stuff. We have some more people in the chat room, I see. Sue Jamber. How you doing, Sue? Haven't seen you for a long time. Walter Bilala is out there. Chris Ebel, I think I know that kid. Matthew O is tuning in from St. Clair Shores, Michigan. And Chris Bogdan's family is having a watch party at his house. And I think Chris is around here somewhere. I don't know what's going on there. Also, we're supposed to announce we have a winner. I'm sorry, what is this for again? The calendar raffle, that's right. I apologize. Bonnie Matusovich from Asonia, Connecticut won the raffle. There it is. If you guys tune that in right there, you can check that out. Congratulations, Bonnie from Asonia, Connecticut. Also, Steve, we have a request for the Sugar Bush Polka. I know you have something already queued up and ready to go here, but Mike Thal requests this and the whole Thal family on his 69th birthday. If you could squeak in Sugar Bush sometime tonight, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll do it.
We'll do that. So once again,
Right
thank you for
after the
tuning us
guitar.
in here, and we're going to get back to Steve Meisner and the band from Whitewater, Wisconsin.
There goes my heart breaking in two. There go my eyes crying over you. My arms don't want for us to part. So when you go, here come the blues. There goes my heart. You told me once we'd never part, that you loved me with all your heart. Now these words of love you're going to erase. You found somebody new who wants to take my place. And there goes my heart breaking in two. There go my eyes crying over you. My arms don't want for us to part. So when you go, here come the blues. There goes my heart. standing on a bridge that's burned, and it's just a lonely lesson learned to see if you walk away with him hurts me so. This fool who loves you doesn't want to let you go. Now there goes my heart breaking in two. There go my eyes crying over you. My arms don't want for us to part. So when you go, here come the blues, there goes my heart. So when you go, here come the blues, there goes my heart. So when you go, here come the blues, there goes my heart. And of course, that old Big Ben polka. Send this out to Big Al. I'm sure he's watching. Jerry, oh yeah. One more time, Jerry. Big Ben.
Hey, and that's a song originally done and written by your dad, Vern Meisner, played by his son, Steve Meisner, here during the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Festival. Live all over the universe, the world and beyond, on YouTube, Facebook, and still the Polka Jammer Network. We've got about 6 minutes left of Steve's performance here, and we need to say a few things here, including a couple shout-outs to Janine Adamczyk. And I know who that is, part of the Polish Cultural Center in Wisconsin. Also, Lepi Teraz is out there. Jim Miller, it says, in the IPA chat room. And a shout-out to the whole Urbanczyk clan that's watching the big party here tonight, either on Facebook or YouTube or one of those things. We're also supposed to send a song out to Dave Uliski, past IPA president. How you doing, Dave? Gosh, I haven't seen you for a long time. He's listening in on YouTube. Also, we'd like to send out some condolences to Todd Zaganians from the Polka Jammer Network and the whole family on the passing of his mom, Sandy, this past week. Also, IPA advisor Jerry Watrowia has been in the hospital for a little bit. He's doing very well, and he's going to be getting out real soon. Also, special thanks goes out to all the military that are tuning in tonight. Frontline workers, first responders, and this is a real long name, Les Kapuscinski, for pictures that were used for all the content here tonight that you're watching for the different video things here on our IPA Virtual Polka Festival. And again, thank you for tuning in. We still have more live music to go a little bit later on here in the show with Tony Blazonczyk and New Phase coming up in just a little bit. So Steve Meisner and the band, thank you very much for being part of our extravaganza here tonight.
Thank you, Greg.
It's been a good time, and you just pick a tune and you just go nuts.
And you know what it is, Meisner Magic.
Got it.
Let's go. One more time. Sugar bush, I love you so. I will never let you go. Don't you let your mother know. Sugar bush, I love you so. You gotta go like this. Sugar bush, come dance with me. Let all the other fellas be. Dance the polka merrily. And come along with me. We're never not gonna go home. No, we won't go, we won't go. We're never not gonna go home. Why not? Mother's always there. Sugar bush, I love you so. I will never let you go. Don't you let your mother know. Sugar bush, I love you so. Let's go. want to go home. We're having too much fun. Yes, we are. Don't want to go home. We don't want to go home. The party's just begun. Send the bartenders home.
Don't do it.
Send the girls home.
Don't do that either.
But save the band.
Where are they?
One more drink. We don't want to go home. Don't want to go home. We're having too much fun. No, we don't want to go home. But we gotta go home. We're having too much fun. That's right.
Hi, we're Linda and Fred Konjeski, and we're here to announce the winner of the 2020 Freddie K. Jr. Music Scholarship Award. This year, our judges have chosen to give our $1,000 award to Lucas Yash, son of Ken and Lori Yash of Webster, Massachusetts. Lucas was on the Dean's List in high school and played varsity soccer and co-captained the basketball team and will be attending Springfield College in the fall, majoring in sports management. He plays concertina along with 3 of his cousins and 3 close friends, and they started the Polka Method Polka Band and performed along the East Coast and Midwest as far as Frankenmuth, Michigan. Fred and I are very pleased with the judge's choice for this year.
Lucas, would you like to say a couple words?
Yes. Okay. I would like to thank Linda, Freddie, and everybody involved for selecting me for the Special Scholarship Award. I'm honored to have been chosen, and it truly means a lot to me. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone sometime in the near future.
Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we would like to let our viewers know, if you have a child, a grandchild, niece or nephew who plays an instrument and is going to college, you can get at the application by going to the Freddie K. Jr. Music Scholarship.com. That's the Freddie K. Jr. Music Scholarship.com and apply for 2021. Once again, our best wishes to you. Lucas Yash, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello everybody. My name is Chris Bogdan, a director with the IPA from the state of Pennsylvania, and I am here with the 2020 IPA inductee into the Hall of Fame, Mr. Dave Zahofsky. Dave,
good
how are you doing?
Good afternoon. I am doing excellent. Welcome to the Pennsylvania Hills on a beautiful summer day.
It's been a nice summer all year, hasn't
Oh
it?
wow, crazy summer. Very one of the hottest on record.
There you go. So to start with, congratulations on being inducted into the Hall of Fame. I know your career, I've obviously been around you a lot of my life, and it's an awesome honor for you. So congratulations from everybody.
Thank you very much. Humbled, very humbled, and very appreciative.
Cool. So let me ask you a question, because a lot of people may not know. How did you begin playing polka music?
Oh boy, this goes back to when we were, when my dad's, naturally my grandfather was from Poland, my grandparents were from Poland. On my father's side, my mother's side was Croatian. And as early as I can remember, probably back to 3 years old, I can still remember that, believe it or not, we would go down for the Christmas holidays. And at Christmas time, we would go down my Uncle Frank's and my Uncle Stash, and we would have all the Soikas, the Wojnarowskis playing, and it just, and it was just part of our life. So that intrigued us, and we were just brought into it. you know, I think when I went to school, I didn't know there was any other kind of music, probably.
So now, did they play polkas also, or I mean, play an instrument?
No, there was no one until my brother and I came along that played an instrument in the family. They always wanted to, but you know, they came up during the Depression and obviously never had the money and you know for the lessons and the instruments. But you know, my dad, he would have died to play an instrument. But coming up in the era they did, just the opportunity didn't present itself.
Got it. So you obviously play the clarinet, sax, trumpet. What was your first instrument?
My first instrument was saxophone.
Okay.
And alto sax, and I took lessons from a gentleman named Albert Chistroma. He was from Ambridge, and he was very well known throughout the whole Beaver Valley. He was a professional reed player, and I started my lessons, I think, at 6 years old. 5 and a half, 6.
And then when did you pick up the clarinet and the trumpet?
Well, we used to practice, you know, when we were constantly in the polkas. My brother and myself, and we just picked them up, and we would play in front of the old stereo. You had your hi-fi and your stereos, and once we started going to the dances, we seen Little Wally. And back in the day, there was no tapes, and you brought home an album. You either bought a stereo or hi-fi. I remember the hi-fis were $3 a stereo, or $4. And when you walked out of a dance hall, you had 3, 4, 5 albums. And we would go home and we would just upside down. We knew what song, we knew what lick, we knew everything. We would just sit in front of the stereo. We wore out 50 needles going back and forth, and also the pronunciation. You know, in our home, we didn't speak Polish, but every time we were with the grandparents and everybody spoke Polish, we would pick up a lot there. And just phonetically and everything, and as we, you know, you're playing the alto, well, to see if I play a reed, I got to pick up the clarinet, you know, listen to the Wally, and so on and so forth. So, and then from there, you know, later on, I picked up the trumpet, and you know, a lot of the guys were going, you know, way back in the day. You were either, you know, you were a trumpet player or a reed player, and then when it started, you know, you had the Gomolkas coming in and all that, and you know, when you saw some of these guys and their talent, well, you know, naturally we had to do it.
You had to do it. Okay. So what was the first band you played with?
First band, my brother and I formed. It was called Spectacular Polka Airs. That's back in, I believe, '69. And, you know, we were looking for, it was hard back then, you know, because every area, Newcastle area, had their, you know, the Frankie Lichkas and all their Newcastle guys, and that was like a different era.
Yeah.
And you remember Monaca Polish Club, and we were the Beaver County guys. So my dad grew up years and years ago back in Ambridge, and he was very good friends with Richie Benkowski's father, Ted, Taju. And after war, they all got together, and they were lifelong friends since they were kids. So one night down Monaca Polish Club, we were just forming the band. We were probably 12, 13, 14. And back then the dances were 10 to 2, and and that was a norm. So, you know, my dad ran into, you know, Mr. Benkowski, Ted, and down there, and he's telling us about Richie, bought him a concertina, and poor Richie's home in bed. Okay, this is 2:30 in the morning or something, and Ted insisted, you know, we got to go down and, you know, he going to, you know, meet Rich and all that stuff. And poor Richie comes out, and he was like 12 years old, I think, and he made him play concert. So 4 o'clock in the morning, we're down at Richie's parents' house. He's playing concertina, and we hit it off as friends, and we're still. I talked to him last week. We're still great friends to this day, and Richie and I grew up together as kids. From playing pinochle on the porch with his mother, with his grandmother from Poland, for football out in the street, and we grew up together. His dad built a big practice room down because he lived right in town, and we would go down and practice hours and hours on end.
Now, who else was in that first band? So was it you three?
My brother Jan, he was the leader. There was myself, Richie Benkowski, and one of the neighbors was his dad played in a polka band years and years ago, and that's Pete Zawoski. He was in the band, and then we had from Eliquippa another kind of polka guy that my parents ran into down Monaca Polish Club, Mr. Zymak, and his boy Matt played drums and started out, so it was 5 of us starting out.
Nice. And then how many albums did you guys record?
We recorded 3 with the polka airs.
Okay. I could visualize all 3 of them, I believe.
Really?
Where'd you record them at?
We recorded those when Dale Sinchek had the label yet, Wham Records, and Gary was just, Gary was just getting into it out of the service, and they had a smaller 4-track studio. It was right up the street from where Peppermint was, if I could remember that far back. But I remember the studio very well. It was the room was very small. The control room was very compact and everything. And that's actually when we got to meet Del Sinchak, and who at that time owned Ducey Music, and that's how we met Gary Ramey. And we actually met them through Larry Walk, because Larry Walk ran obviously the world famous Sidor, ballroom. We all remember that. And Larry Walk, he just took to our family. They were friends from going to the dances for years and years, and he started booking the polka airs up there, and so Larry actually, kind of tied us all in together.
So that brings up, so obviously not only a musician, but this leads us into Wham Records. So how did you become a producer? You're a musician, you have your own band, you played with all these other bands. How did you even wake up one day and say, I would want to be a record producer?
Well, I was just mesmerized when we went in the studio. Gary, everybody, his talents are unimaginable, and I was just memorized. And then a couple of years down the road, it wasn't long. I was maybe 20, 21, and I forget how exactly it happened. Whether Gary had brought it to my mind, and Del was going to take different avenues, and he was selling the business. And right out of high school, I had a very, very good job. I was very fortunate. And so I had a few bucks in my pocket, and I said, we're going to give this a try. So that's how that came about.
Wow. So then when was that? When did you start, or when did you become a producer?
1974.
1974. Do you remember the first album you produced?
Yeah, actually, the first one I worked with was with Scrubby and Larry, the Dynatones. Buffalo's a Polka Town, but we actually didn't record that. That was already recorded. I was right in the middle of that. And the actual first one we did, I believe, was Peppermint Sticks from Western Pennsylvania.
Western Pennsylvania. White cover.
Yeah, Robert Globala,
yeah. That's a good album,
Joe
too.
Stolarz, and he's still friends with Joe to this day.
There you go. So as you go through there, you were involved in so many polka albums. Whenever you look at the list, it's just amazing how many polka albums you had your hands on. What was one thing that stuck out of all those years, of all those polka albums you did? What was one of the favorite, the most memorable polka albums that you produced?
Well, there was a lot of, obviously working in the studio with, some of the best in the industry. But the ones that really stood out, I mean, we had some absolutely hilarious times, as working, but when you get scrubby in the studio, I mean, you're working 24 hours, and everybody has a few drinky winkies, and it's absolutely, they're making fantastic music, but it's absolutely hilarious. And probably the best ones though were the live ones we did. Lenny Live up at Mark Jansen's Frankenmuth Summerfest, Jimmy Weber up Fedor's Grove, and the one that has to stand out the most, hoping not to slight anybody, with the Live Wire.
So tell me how that happened. Live Wire is obviously one of the first live recordings I've ever heard, and I remember buying the cassette at National Record Mart, and I put it in, and we were at a restaurant in the South Hills, and my mother wanted me to take my headphones off, and I couldn't take them off because it was so damn good.
Yeah.
So how did that whole project come up, and how, what was the thinking behind it? Was that you? Was that the
combined effort? Trojak, Larry Trojak, naturally. Larry had always a lot of input.
Okay.
In us, he would be like the push, maybe, if you would, a little bit. He would come up with these ideas, just like the Religious Health in Chapter 7 and all that. And naturally, Scrubby just jumped into it, and the personality he had, on top of all the talent and the musicians, and we put all our heads together, and we said we're gonna give this a whirl, make this happen. And I'll never forget, it was a cold, cold night.
So that was your first live album you ever did.
Yes.
Were you nervous going into that project? This is the first one ever in polkas, basically, when you think about it. What was going through your mind as you were doing that?
A lot of thinking went into it. And, we always did our homework. I would never want to be, you always have the, your little butterflies, just like a football player jumping on a field for his first game. But I was never a shy character. So, plus, we had already, you know, I was already acclimated into the recording a little bit, and and I had already worked enough with Gary Ramey, and we were like, you know, we were like two good linemen on a football team.
Yeah.
He was going left, I knew he was going left. I was going right, he was going right, and yeah, we worked down through the years, always just very, very well together.
So another album that you produced was Roll Out the Barrel by the New Brass. And the reason why I bring this up is every time I ever went to a wedding or a Christmas party, they would always play that song because that was like the only good version of the Roll Out the Barrel. Tell me about that. How did that one, like, who came up with the idea to record Roll Out the Barrel and all that?
Okay, just like you say, well, we played a few jobs just recently, a few private jobs with Ray J, and it was a mostly American crowd. It was for a company, and that's the type of thing you did, you know. Well, you go there, and naturally you want to relate to all the people. So, what's one of the first songs? Roll Out the Barrel. Let's do Roll Out the Barrel. And and you see everybody in the crowd singing along, whether they're, you know, you don't have to be Polish or Italian or whatever, but everybody's singing along. So when they said Roll Out the Barrel, my first impression was like, oh my, you know, come on, guys. And but the version, naturally, Mitch and Roger back then, and you know, the musicians they brought in, you know, all top notch, and we started listening to it, and then, you know, Ramey and I are sitting in control and say, you know, we're talking about, you know, what can we just add to make something, you know, make it characterize it in a different way, and that's how, you know, Gary come up with the phase shifter and all that, and yeah, and it turned out to be like, wow, you know, so.
It's definitely a classic album.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most popular ones because it was transcends polkas. It was everybody wanted to hear that song.
Oh yeah, we did that when they rolled in. We would generally roll in out of town bands, set up Friday. They would get in, you know, Friday early evening. We would set up, and so it was just one of those nights. Everybody was on. So we said, well, you know, let's start recording. See, you know, see how far we get till we went 36 straight hours.
Wow. Amazing.
36 straight hours, and you're up. You know, you're pumped, you're up.
Yeah.
You know, there's no, and the coffee, you know, now the coffee's going. And, you know, back in the day when everybody smoked, you'd crack the door in the middle of the night, looked like the place was on fire. A lot of memories.
To play for you our opening number. Like for you to join and sing along. All the six of us are here to bring you happiness and cheer. Try our very best to play your favorite song. Forget your troubles with us, smile and listen to us for a while. We'll do our best to entertain you all night long. For you our opening number. We'd like for you to join and sing along. All the six of us are here to bring you happiness and cheer. We'll try our very best to play your favorite song. Forget your troubles with us, smile and listen to us for a while. We'll do our best to entertain you all night long.
He plays Diggy Liggy Lie and Diggy Liggy Low.
Well, diggy diggy lie, diggy
Mr. Rocky Swayer.
I was
her the first day that we met. She said, "You're great, I love you, you're the best that I've heard yet." Then someone said, "Don't listen, Ed, she's gonna do you wrong." She said this thing blush and stir when they played her a song. Love is like the wheel of fortune spinning round and round. One day you're way up on top, the next you're on the ground. All love abounds with ups and downs, and this one's not the end. I'll pick me up, I'll dust me off and bounce right back again. I'll pick me up, I'll dust me off and bounce right back again. She's gone and I'm alone, and from the way I feel, it's hard for me to realize our love was never real. But I'll give love another chance, like someone said to do. I'll try again, maybe then my next love will be true. Love is like the wheel of fortune spinning round and round. One day you're way up on top, the next you're on the ground. All love abounds with ups and downs, and this one's not the end. I'll pick me up, I'll dust me off and bounce right back again. I'll pick me up, I'll dust me off and bounce right back again.
Pije Kuba, doje Kuba, Jakub do Michała. Wiwacie, wiwatwe, komponia cała. A kto nie wypije, tego we dwa kije. Upu, cupu, cupu, upu, tego we dwa kije. A kto nie wypije, tego we dwa kije. Upu, cupu, cupu, upu, tego we dwa kije. Raz, dwa. Indeks 8, zrasty 8, jadowej dane plany. Dziśle maki, euromaki, jedzą jako czary. To, że wam nie żyje, tego we dwa kije. Supu, supu, supu.
We hope you're enjoying this virtual IPA festival. I know it's a little odd this year, and we mostly wanted to say we hope everybody's staying safe at home, and we'll get through this together, as they say. The next song that I'd like to play for you is one that I wrote a long time ago. When I was about 7 years old, I was raised Catholic, and I made my first Holy Communion. And I'll never forget the party. It was kind of boring. And then my dad got out his accordion. And in an instant, everything changed. He was happy. Everyone there was happy. It was like somebody rolled back the roof and dumped in this load of joy, you know. And I recognized that day the power of music to change people's spirits. And I said, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to entertain people and hopefully change people's spirits. So my dad played a piano-style accordion. It was my first inspiration. I wrote this song for him and about him while he was still living. Unfortunately, he passed in 2009. But this is a song that I wrote for him. It's called And We Danced.
Pale pink dress, Mama's white pearls. I felt so grown up in my 5-year-old curls. My hand in yours, so big and strong. And you started singing the simplest song. You said, put your feet on top of mine. I'll show you how. And we danced, just Daddy and I knew for the rest of my life you'd always be there, holding my hand. All my fears went away on the day that we danced. Lip gloss and blush, barely 13, more tomboy than girl in my faded blue jeans. Junior high dance, one Friday night. I said, Dad, I'm so scared I won't get it right. But you dropped me off, and with a kiss on my cheek, you said, just remember your shoes on my feet. And we danced, just Daddy and I knew for the rest of my life you'd always be there, holding my hand. And all my fears went away on the day that we danced. We danced. I fell in love at 22. I married a man who was so much like you. And on that same night when the music began, out on the dance floor, he gave you my hand. He looked in my eyes. He said, you are my whole world, but you'll always be his little girl. And we danced, just Daddy and I knew for the rest of my life you'd always be there, holding my hand. 'Cause Daddy, you've
made me the woman I am, and all my fears went away. The day that we danced, we danced. Thank you all very much. God bless you. Be safe, and hopefully we'll see you next year at the IPA Festival.
Yes, God bless.
A lot of memories.
That's funny. So going back as a musician, after the polka airs, what other bands have you played with, like on a full-time basis?
After, my brother got married, and he got a job with on a steel mill, which involved turns and that, so we couldn't really dedicate it to. So everybody went by the wayside, and my next band was Ray J.
Okay.
And I played with Ray J for quite a few years then. And that was back in his more hunky days when he just had the one horn clarinet. And when I went in, Social Garden, he was with the group, and we had double horns or double sticks with Bobby Schutte and that. And I played with Ray J for quite a long time.
Nice. So who was your idol growing up from a polka, from a musician perspective? Like, who did you just stand in front of the stage and say, wow?
Well, naturally, Wally, Lush, and Eddie, and all the. Eddie kind of came a little bit later than like Wally and Lush, but I'll tell you what, the one musician that I idolize to this day, and to me he was the finest because of a lot of good, reed players out there, but the reed was always my favorite, was by far Eddie Noga. He had his own style when he played with Wally, and then when he went with Little Richard, we followed Little Richards, became hot around the Pittsburgh area, and Eddie Noga, he just I was just mesmerized by him. And if you listen, anytime Eddie Noga's on an album, right off, with his chromatics, and right off the band. And to me, he has to be Chicago style, because there's a lot of great Eastern style clarinet players, crazy good. But to me, Chicago style, Eddie Noga was my hero.
Nice. So what was one of the favorite places you always enjoyed playing? Obviously Feodor's Grove, so you can't say that.
Feodor's Grove.
Okay, take Feodor's Grove out because that's locally. But what was one of your favorite places to play that you couldn't?
There were so many. Idor Park, another icon place to play, naturally. You would go in there, and some days there'd be thousands of people in there. And what was really unique about our times, and I got you by a few years, but back in our day, I'll tell you what, all the parents took their children. We were there was 4 of us, and my brother and my 2 sisters, and all the people, like the Ben Corsi, everybody had their kids there. And it was like, if you look back in the pictures of those days, it was like a teenage dance sometimes. Then Hardy's Pub. On a Friday night, I remember Eddie played there one time. Blazonczyk played there, and you had 1,000 people on a Friday night. And that was just all the time. That was Pittsburgh. But when you would go up to Connecticut, Windsor Locks and Bayway Polish Home, everywhere you went had somewhere unique. PACC Ludlow, we always loved playing there. And then your Michigans, Frankenmuth was always a, real honor to play there. And it was like really neat back. There were just so many different venues. I can remember as a kid, Green Lawn Grove and Romulus, Michigan, and we played all over. And it was just every place had its uniqueness about it, and the people from each area, they're kind of a little bit different. Their cultures. You'd go up to Buffalo, and the different cultures in different areas, and really enjoyed them all.
But there's nothing like Feodor's Grove.
Feodor's Grove was it, brother.
Actually, I do have to admit, Idor Park, that's where I first heard Marion Lush, Happy Louie, and Scrubby.
We saw,
all 3 of us.
We saw Marion Lush the first time we ever came into Pittsburgh. Bob Evans was a local DJ, and he had a show on. Ooh, I forget it was I believe 1080. I forget the station's call letters, but anyhow, he had like the original, like the Chicago style polka. He brought all these guys around, and we would see Little Wally. But the first time Mary Lush was coming in was Fedor's Grove, and so we're all sitting around, after church every Sunday, 10:30 mass. We're sitting around, and we're going to see. And Jimmy Paul was another great, absolutely hilarious DJ. He was Greek. It wasn't Polish, but he did a very good job, presenting the Polish. So he's going, he's advertising Mario Lush. So we're going there expecting to see a girl, like Militia Dottor or something. So we get up there, and there was Marion. And I'll never forget the Marion, Joe Colton on accordion, Eddie Ben Benick. I forget the rest of the guys, but we saw Marion Lush first time. Wow. And I remember Fedor's Grove one time, Little Wally, 1,600 people on a Sunday. It was $2 to get in. And Wally, by the end of the night, he had the people from Fedor's Grove, those who know Fedor's Grove. There were so many people pushing against the bandstand, I will never forget. There were actually state cops locked arm in arm, hold the people back.
Wow.
And it was hilarious.
What year was that?
Oh, if I would have to guess, I would have to say that would be maybe like 61, 62.
Okay, 61. Wow. Cool. So you've traveled a lot with a lot of different bands, and you probably have tons of stories. What is like the wackiest, craziest story traveling with the band? It had to be with Andy Fanis in the Charlton.
Andy Fanis in the Charlton. Oh my God! You would get in a van. They would pick me up here in Cranberry, whether we were playing Michigan or Cleveland or whatever, and just to see Andy and Steve just constantly go at it, brotherly love. I mean, they could kill each other, but don't take either side or they'll kill you. But Charltons are absolutely hilarious. Some of the funny ones, Stashka Lonka, he was a funny man. He would come here when in later years after he would use local musicians. He would fly in and pick them up at the airport, and he would stay here now and then, and just absolutely just hilarious. But the one time I'd be, if I didn't mention this, Weber would kill me. This is a funny story to the day. Okay, Joe DiPieta came down. He had some health problems, so Joe had to back down for a while, and I was honored while he asked me to play, and I figured, well, he's desperate now. But anyhow, joined the band, and we're practicing most of our practice, and so we're playing Frankenmuth, Michigan. Now, you want to talk about nervous? Yeah, Weber did make me nervous. There you go, Weber. So our first tune was at that time the album came out. We were doing Barbara Polka. So we're at Frankenmuth and a whole 90,000 people in front, and everybody's waiting to hear. And that was my first big road job with Weber, and my heart was up here. So, and I knew these songs. I know them to this day. Me and Molly were just laughing about it. I still know those parts to this day. Now, we're talking back in 85, 86, whatever it was. But, so here you go, Barbara Polka. I could do it in my sleep. You practice. That's all you're thinking at work. I'm at work and my fingers are going. So what do? Start out in the wrong key. So Weber, he's going, no, and he kind of takes his foot over and just, I'm on the end. It just kind of hits me, like, hey, and to this day I tease him about it, that's why I had to get my knee replaced. He kicked me, but that was absolutely hilarious. But he was such a perfectionist, yeah. and he always was, and just those types of situations you laugh at, But at the time, it wasn't funny.
Yeah, I can imagine. So let me ask you a question. If you look back on your whole career, both playing and producing, what would you say would be your greatest achievement?
My greatest achievement is sitting in front of this camera, being inducted to IPA.
That's awesome. Thank you. You definitely deserve it. Last question. There's so many people producing their own albums right now. Like, the industry has changed so much. You could buy equipment and you could record your own album. So if there's a young musician out there or a young band that wants to go make their own album, what would be the advice that you would give them? From somebody, a seasoned producer, what is that one piece of advice that you would give them?
Well, I've got to go back to old school. And if you see a lot of this, and I give credit to a lot of those out there, doing it with the digital and that stuff. But as a seasoned, number one, whomever may be a producer, somebody with the knowledge, and to get that different aspect. Like you playing polka country, you guys could hear it, but with any group, there's things that maybe somebody else could pick out different, that you don't see. And I know myself when I play, I'll go back and listen to the tape, and and there is nothing better than professionalism. Ramey, or his equal, which I don't think it will be, but I mean, these guys, a lot of them, and my hat's off to them, don't get me wrong. They'll go out and do it in this garage, and where do they get it mixed? They go to the best. So that's, so sometimes you got to spend the bucks in that, but you're dealing with professionalism there. And not that some of this stuff produces excellent, very, very good stuff, but I'm old school. That's just an opinion.
There you go. Well, Dave, this was awesome. We wish we could get together in person this year at the IPA, but unfortunately, the whole pandemic. But next year is going to be a really good time. We're definitely looking forward to you getting your awards and all that stuff. So anything else you want to say to the IPA or the listeners?
Listen, just everybody out there, let's just try to keep our polka music going. And I'm very thankful, very humbled for all of those who voted for me to get me into the greatest achievement of my life. I'd just like to wish, congratulate all the other ones. Bill Shabilsky, Billy and I go back a long, long, long way. Rick Rizutko, our former president, IPA, he's done tons of DJ for the polka music, and also for Tony Krupski. We did an album together. What a gentleman! What all the brothers. What class act, and I'd just like to congratulate them also, and like to. Once again, thank you very much for this honor.
Thanks, Dave.
You're quite welcome. Thank you very much.
All righty, welcome back to the International Polka Association's Virtual Polka Fest 2020 here at an undisclosed location. Thank you very much for joining us. We couldn't have our regular convention, awards banquet, and festival in Buffalo, New York because of the obvious pandemic, but we are bringing you polka music, whether it be video, whether it be all the different things you've been watching and seeing and listening to, but we also have live polka music, and we have one more set with Tony Blazonczyk and New Phase yet to go tonight. I'm your MC for the evening, Craig Ebel of It's Polka Time radio show, also an IPA inductee back in 2012. First of all, we're going to announce and acknowledge some people who are watching online, and I hope you are too. Oh, and also the chat room. We got to talk about that. The Shemansky family from Buffalo, New York, attending their very first IPA festival. I remember I attended mine, the first one in 1981 at the old Expo Center at the Red Carpet Inn in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It was just crazy. Then after that, it went to the motel and the Ramada O'Hara and on and on and on. It's been a long time since I've been going, and I've loved these festivals ever since. But here we are virtually. Also, we're supposed to say there's watch parties. The Yash family, there's lots of those guys out there. Jackie Libera, the Libera family also has a watch party going on, and all their Bonchiks from the Nickel City of Buffalo, New York. Also, a reminder that our festival continues bright and early tomorrow afternoon, starting at 3:30 Central Time. That would be 2:30 Eastern Time, correct? 4:30. I got to work backwards here. I'm sorry, I'm from Minneapolis. That's what happens. So 3:30 Central Time, I'll go with that. And also on Sunday, it starts at 11 o'clock. Also Sunday is a polka mass starting at noon. And if you'd like to participate in the polka mass, you can download the lyrics for the polka mass just by logging on to IPApolkas.com and go to the Virtual Polka Fest page, and you'll find out all that. You can download a PDF file of all the song lists and the words to the polka mass. Okay? Okay. So I think that's enough. You don't want to talk to me. You don't want to listen to me. You don't want to look at me. I can see that. So let's get back to more music right now with Tony Blazonczyk's New Phase.
Starting off our second set here, that was one called You'll Never Miss the Water Polka. And we're going to keep things going at a polka tempo for you right now. We're going to send a tune out especially for all the folks listening in out in Massachusetts. All our friends out from the Ludlow, PACC, and Red and her entire family out there listening in. Here's one called The Good Wishes Polka.
Każdemu szybko leci, nie czeka na nas, nie czeka na nas. Nie szanujmy się, kochany, szanujmy się wraz. Nie szanujmy się, kochany, szanujmy się wraz. Zaśpiewajmy wszyscy razem, dzieci, żona, mąż, dzieci, żona, mąż. I kochajmy się nawzajem, dzisiaj, jutro wciąż. I kochajmy się nawzajem, dzisiaj, jutro wciąż. Czas każdemu szybko leci, nie czeka na nas, nie czeka na nas. Nie szanujmy się, kochany, szanujmy się wraz. Nie szanujmy się, kochany, szanujmy się wraz. Zaśpiewajmy wszyscy razem, dzieci, żona, mąż, dzieci, żona, mąż. I kochajmy się nawzajem, dzisiaj, jutro wciąż. I kochajmy się nawzajem, dzisiaj, jutro wciąż.
For you, one called The Good Wishes. All right, we're going to keep things going at a polka tempo one more time. We're going to put Tyler to work on the vocals. And here's one for all the Charlies, one called Good Time Charlie Polka.
Kawaler młody, nie brak mi całe urody, ale mam głos, ten ładny nos i tylko mam siwe nogi. Ale mam głos, ten ładny nos i tylko mam siwe nogi. Spotkałem Jadka Barcze, piliśmy mi moonshine to wietrze. Było to dwie, piliśmy se, choć my wypiliśmy trzeci. Było to dwie, piliśmy se, choć my wypiliśmy trzeci. No lewo! pada i kręci. Gapiłem się na nią świeci. Jak podskoczy, ślicznie oczy, błyszczały jak diamenty. Jak podskoczy, ślicznie oczy, błyszczały jak diamenty. Wszystko co miałem straciłem, a miłość nie otrzymałem. Obiecała, a nie dała, tylko tak woła cię mama. Obiecała, a nie dała, tylko tak woła cię mama.
Hey, the great sounds of Tony Blazonczyk,
Back in the 90s, Craig.
the new phase, you betcha. I don't know, Tony. You've been playing so much as I have. I can't keep track of all this stuff either. Tony Blazonczyk, the Good Time Charlie Polka here for the IPA Virtual Polka Festival. Hey, you know, I completely forgot. How about a great big round of applause, even for the small crowd that we have here for our live broadcast, for the Steve Meisner Band from Whitewater, Wisconsin. Wow. What a great job they did. All the boys in the band, great job. Also, we'd like to acknowledge all the folks that listen to Polka Parade out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin over WJYI Radio, FM 98.7 and AM 1340. It's every Saturday morning. You can listen tomorrow morning. It starts at 9. And every hour is a different hour. The first hour is a German Dutchman hour, then it's a Polish hour, then a hot Slovenian hour, and then they have a mix hour. And tune it in, WJYI or polkaparade.org. Check that out if you're listening. Also, we need to acknowledge Lynn Thal is out there. How you doing, Lynn? Thank you very much for watching and listening. Long Island, Kralovia. How does that sound? That sounds pretty good. Oh, I know these guys. I know Ken at least. Ken and Carolyn Machalski from Buffalo, New York. How you doing, Ken? Haven't seen you for a long time. Thank you very much for tuning us in. Also, Armando Shalevsky, which is Mike and Kim Selecki from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. And Mike's parents are in town from Iowa, and they're having a big watch party. I'm sure they're having a grand time. Hi to everybody up there in Minnesota and all the folks in Iowa. Let's get back to more music right now. We got Waltz Time with Tony Blazonczyk's New Phase and a tune called the Green Grove Waltz.
W zielonym gaju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje pierściego, ale ten pierścik to bardzo pyszny. Moja mamusiu, nie chcę go. W zielonym gaju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje drugiego, ale ten drugi to bardzo długi. Moja mamusiu, nie chcę go. W zielonym gaju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje trzeciego, ale ten trzeci dobije dzieci. Moja mamusiu, nie chcę go.
zielonym gaju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje czwartego, ale ten czwarty dogrywa w karty, bo ja mamusiu nie chcę go. W zielonym kraju ptaczki śpiewają. Mama mi daje piątego, ale ten piąty to bardzo skąpy, bo ja mamusiu nie chcę go. W zielonym kraju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje sztucznego, ale ten sztuczny to bardzo tłusty, bo ja mamusiu nie chcę go. W zielonym gaju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje siódmego, ale ten siódmy to jest paskudny, bo ja mamusiu nie chcę go. W zielonym gaju ptaszki śpiewają. Mama mi daje ósmego, ale ten ósmy to jest posłuszny, bo ja mamusiu daj mi go.
Slowing it down to a waltz for you that time. There's Melvin on the vocals with one called The Green Grove. All right, going back to a polka for you right now. Here's one called the Near Krakow Polka.
Czarna rola, ja jego nie będę, ja jego nie będę. Siądę ja se na konia karego i na wojnę pojadę. Siądę ja se na konia karego i na wojnę pojadę. Ja na wojnę, ja za wojnę, a ty się nie wydała, a ty się nie wydała. Pojedzie mi moja najmilejsza, na kogoś ty czekała. Pojedzie mi moja najmilejsza, na kogoś ty czekała. Ja czekałam, moja sięgu na ciebie, moja sięgu na ciebie. Że jak twój mi powrócisz do domu, bo ja pójdę za ciebie. Że jak twój mi powrócisz do domu, bo ja pójdę za ciebie. Pod Krakowem czarna rola, ja jego nie będę, ja jego nie będę. Siądę ja se na konia karego i na wojnę pojadę.
Near Krakow polka. All right, going back, keeping it at a polka tempo for you. Here's the tune for you right now, one called Open the Window. Got some doors open here, getting some fresh air in here finally. Here we go.
Otwórz okienko, ładna panienko, do mnie uśmiechnij się. Uciesz mi serce swoją piosenką i podaj rączkę swą. Otwórz okienko, piękna panienko, i rączkę mi podaj. Ja jestem młody, piękne urody, otwórz i buzi daj. Otwórz, otwórz, otwórz okna, panienka, daj mi rączkę i serce twe. Otwórz okna, panienka, daj mi rączkę i serce twe. Otwórz okienko, ładna panienko, otwórz i buzi daj. Po nasze serca miłość zakwitła, dziewczyna buzi daj. Otwórz okienko, piękna panienko, otwórz i serce daj. Bo ja cię kocham, dziewczyno piękna, moja kochaneczko. Otwórz okna, panienka, daj mi rączkę i serce twe. Otwórz okna, panienka, daj mi rączkę i serce twe.
There's one called Open the Window.
How about that? Tony Blazonczyk's new phase here at the International Polka Association Virtual Polka Festival. Online all the time here this weekend. Facebook, YouTube, and the Polka Jammer Network. And also, we'd like to remind you, we're sending out condolences all weekend here to the Zaganyets family. Todd Zaganyets, our great program director at the Polka Jammer, the whole family in the passing of his mom, Sandy, this past week. And you are in our hearts and you are in our prayers. Also, we were talking about a little bit earlier about all the different festivals where the IPA has been held. Apparently, there's an IPA polka convention this weekend in Canada. Did you know that? Apparently, Eddie and Wanda Gutsa, the Gutsas up there in Canada, they're checking in, and they're saying this is the first ever IPA festival in Canada, and they're dancing to Tony Blas. How about that? So with that, I think those guys should play Yedja Boat.
Going on a great big boat down the lazy river, on a happy polka cruise, singing all together. On a happy polka cruise, singing all together. Koła się ruszają, muzyka pięknie gra i wszyscy śpiewają. Muzyka pięknie gra i wszyscy śpiewają. Jedzie Bóg do swego kraju. Nie wrócimy na żart, aż do Porciulaju. Nie wrócimy na żart, aż do Porciulaju. Slowly rising, everybody's doing the polka till they're harmonizing. Everybody's doing the polka till they're harmonizing.
Called Yedja Boat. All right, it's albetic time for you right now. We're going to switch it around a little bit, put Melvin and Tyler to work on the vocals. And here's an albetic for you right now, one called The Early Morning.
Rano, rano, raniusieńko, rano porosie, wyganiała wolki pole, rozwinęło się. Oj dana, moja dana, oj dana, moja dana, będziesz ty moja dana, będziesz ty moja. Oj dana, moja dana, oj dana, moja dana, będziesz ty moja dana, będziesz ty moja. Powrocie ty śpiewuje, słowik koruje, a ja sobie do dziewczyny tak przyśpiewuję. Oj dana, moja dana, oj dana, moja dana, będziesz ty moja dana, będziesz ty moja. Oj dana, moja dana, oj dana, moja dana, będziesz ty moja dana, będziesz ty moja.
Myśli swoje rozsywam, baba sobie mam, baba sobie mam. Czemu żeś mnie matrudeńko boso puściła, boso puściła? Oj dana, moja dana, oj dana, moja dana, będziesz ty moja dana, będziesz ty moja. Oj dana, moja dana, oj dana, moja dana, będziesz ty moja dana, będziesz ty moja. Panie kabaretcie! Hop, hop!
Here's an oberek for you, one called The Early Morning, Rano Rano. All right, we're going to put Tyler to work on the accordion right now for you. Here's an instrumental tune, one called Ukrainia.
Tony Blazonczyk's new phase with the Ukrainia polka here, right during Polka Festival, Virtual Polka Festival, presented by the International Polka Association. Just a reminder here for you folks that are tuned into the Polka Jammer Network, you're going to be leaving us here in about 5 or 6 minutes. But you folks on YouTube and Facebook, stick around because we're going to make Tony and the boys in the band play out their set. Is that okay? Little bonus time for the folks on YouTube and Facebook. Sorry, Jammer listeners, you got to tune in tomorrow for some more live music, and we hope you do. And it all starts here at 3:30. Tune us in and check us out. So, Tony, if you guys can take us out on your last set here, and a big, big hit for your dad, Polka Hits album.
Yep, 1973.
Girls, Girls, Girls.
I tell them sweet things and we go dating. I whisper things in their ears like you're my only, and you will never, ever be lonely. Girls, 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 they're all made to love, made to kiss and hug, and take advantage of. Girls, 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 I'll have one goal in life, to get some single fella and become his wife. There's this girl way out east, her name is Terry. I told her someday that we might marry. Way out west, there's this girl, her name is Betty. She's crazy about me, we're going steady. Girls, 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 they're all made to love, made to kiss and hug, take advantage of. Girls, 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 I'll have one goal in life, to get some single fella and become his wife. Way up north, there's this girl that I call Honey. She's not so pretty, but she's got money. Way down south, where it's warm, I've got my Sandy. And when I'm lonely, she comes in handy. Girls, 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 they're all made to love, made to kiss and hug, and take advantage of. Girls, 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 I'll have one goal in life, to get some single fella and become his wife. Girls, girls, girls. We got Keith here doing some kind of, I don't know if he's doing a juggling act over here or something, but we're going to keep things going. A couple more tunes for you folks. Like he said, we've got time for a couple more tunes. We're going to do a honky-style tune for you right now for all the Irenes watching in with us on the festival. Here's one called the Irenes Polka.
Wyjechałem dzisiaj z domu, lecz się nie był dzień. Słoneczko dopiero się zaćmiło. Moje serce warto biło, tak jak zegarek. Przyjechałem po ciebie, Irynko. Powiedz mi, Majryko, powiedz mi, dziewczę, czy ty wiesz, czemu ja tu przyjechał? Kupiłem ci pierścioneczek złoty, Irynko, i na zawsze będę ciebie kochał. Hey! Powiedz mi, Majryko, czy ty kochasz mnie? Czy byś ty mnie nie za męża chciała? Czy byś ty mnie wierną była, tak jak ja ciebie? Czy byś ty mnie, Irynko, kochała? Ja ci powiem obce szczerze, jak ja cię kocham. Żyć na życie mi mogę bez ciebie. Jak mnie kocha, tak jak mówię, mój kochaneczku, będziemy oboje tak jak w niebie.
There's one called the Irene's Polka. Thank you. All right, folks, we got time for about one more tune for you. And we're going to bring day number one to a close here of the IPA Virtual Festival. I hope you're enjoying everything you're watching online. It's a real treat over here, let me tell you. Great job here. Hands off to the IPA for such an awesome festival that they are putting off, and their entire committee that they have working for them nice and hard over here. So thank you very much for putting this on for us and all the folks at home. We're going to do one more tune. Thank you very much for inviting us here and playing for this festival. It's off our latest CD. And here's one called Let's Drink Vino Vranie Polka.
I tylko z tobą, moja dziewczyno, chciałbym naprawdę zabawić się. Kiedy dojrzewa czerwone wino i kiedy zbiorów nadejdzie dzień, stajemy razem pośrodku winnic, w których dojrzewa złościsty płon. I wszystkie wina będziemy pili, aby spróbować, czy dobre są. Przyjeżdżaj na wino baranie, przyjeżdżaj kochana. Na stole dzban wina stanie, próbować warto choć raz. Przyjeżdżaj na wino baranie, przyjeżdżaj kochana. Na stole dzban wina stanie, próbować warto choć raz.
Hey, for all the Canadians!
słońce zajdzie za góry, wtedy cię zacznie zabawy czas. Śpiewając z nami weserne czury, chciałby się bawić, tańczyć i smać. Przyjeżdżaj na winobranie, przyjeżdżaj kochana ma. Na stole to pan wina stanie, próbować warto hodla. Everybody! Przyjeżdżaj na winobranie, przyjeżdżaj kochana ma. Na stole to pan wina stanie, próbować bardzo hodla.